Mr. Farm Tech, how are you doing, sir? Thank you for popping on. So I thought I'm going to jump on. I've only just literally got in, so I thought I'm going to jump on and finish the rest of having a look at this record player through last night, because obviously it's getting quite late in the UK. So obviously, we all have to have a wonderful sleep. Give me 1 minute, sir. Let me put this in a rubbish. Mr. Pico is, I've been texting Mr. Pico up front. This is why, give me 1 minute, let me just read this message from Mr. Pico and I'll be with you, bud. Who's up front? I was looking for diagrams for that tank mechanism. I think I know what the issue is and what's interesting as well. It'll require some dismantling. Obviously, I've sent him on that front. Yes, driving back home in 5 minutes. No worries, my friend. No worries. So, got 3 in chat. Right, well that's interesting. It's a bit cold out there today. Obviously, it's not the nicest of weathers up front. Need to put these in a box so I don't lose these. These are spare chips. Probably, what's the chances of ever using these chips again? I don't know, but I paid for them. I've waited weeks to get them from AliExpress, so put them in the couch. Put that to one side. What the heck is that? Don't even know what that is. Oh, that's the thing for the... Right, I know what that's for. That's for this record player. No, I can't afford to lose that. Yeah, I'll have to check them chips out because one of these is a dodgy one. I think I know what's what because it looks like, I would say, it's going to be that one is the bad one, because that's the bad one, because I know what I took off and this is the good one. Still got flux on it. Right, bad, good. Right, okay. Put the bad one in. Bit more in the bin. Cool. And I can put that other one back in now. Let's start. Right, let's pull that out for a minute because I need to have a look at that. So I need to take this off and have a gauge just why this is stopping. This is stopped working. Because obviously we've got a problem here. Where's me thing? So I need to open this up. I'll put that to one side. It's good that the record player's working though. I want to investigate what's causing problems with that. Why is that? Have we got... Mr. Pico, thank you for popping in, my friend. Having an awesome day. Give me 1 minute. It's on the. I might need me a small tip bit for this because this one is nanoscale, and it is. I love that. I love that. Mr. Rockhouse wanted that one with Bronson saying Bronson wants your sandwich. I love that. Absolutely brilliant. Right, well that's interesting straight away. So, oh no. Don't tell me it's got the same issue with a chipset that's got also gone on that. It's the first time I've took this apart. And it looks like it's got the same chip. So I'm wondering if that chip's gone on that as well. That could be causing the issue. Great, lovely. I need to check to make sure. Obviously, I didn't take this apart. It was very late last night. So, what's the chances of that Eakins camera not working? Very high to a 100% failure rate. Now, here we go. It never works with OBS. Regardless that I took that lead out, put that brand new lead in, it just will not see OBS. It doesn't see it. I can only put that down to two things. Nice haircut, mate. Thank you. Here we go. Finally. And mine never works unless I plug it. Do you know what? I'll never get it. I can't never wrap my head around why these never ever work first time. Andy has the issue on this front always. Even Mr. Swindon himself has problems with it's again. For some reason, it's even though it's a free software, I really wish that they would get it together with OBS. If there's a better alternative that works, I would have just used it because OBS just gives nightmares for people. This looks like this is going to be the same chip. Now, I didn't take this apart last night. Obviously, there's a reasons why I'm not getting sound directly to it. And what's the chances of this chip gone just like the other one? I'm going to say very high. Very, very high. Yeah, I used to work every time before the update, and since then it hasn't. No, you're right. It's not Mr. Pico, so it's 100%. It's always been the same problem. I need to check what chip this is. I'm just hoping, is this the same chip that we end up using? Because I've got 4 left if it is the case. It's a different chip. How did I know? It's a 25A4. That's not the same chip. That's a different chip. Can you get MP3 module on Ali? Well, I did ask someone to put it in the link because I didn't know if looking at the Pacific time. that's a different chip. I can't use that, which is frustrating because that's a completely different chip to the one I just took off. What's the chance of that chip actually being faulty? Very high. Very, very high. Now we've got a green light, but again, like I said, I never took this apart. So plugging the incorrect power supply in, I think it's done. I'm thinking it's obviously, I can test for shorts, which I will test for shorts. I'm going to put the multimeter on, just quickly make sure we ain't got any short components. FarmTech, Kim, yeah, look at the power. It's actually on the diode and the voltage thing. I think that chip, obviously, look, I didn't know this board's obviously got the similar chip. So I'm just hoping that's not gone. Why you can't switch? Because you should be able, when you on my other one that I sold, because obviously it just had bad speakers. When I pressed the mode button, it used to light up red to switch over. It went from green to red, but this one don't. This one just stays. It's a solid green. But obviously there's a short because the bypass is obviously working the record player. So there's a short on this board that's causing it not to power all the way through and prevent the amplifier from the op amp to actually work. Fishing Frustrations, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping on. Why is the R12 missing? R12? That's a good shout. I'm going to have a look. This has obviously come off the record player from lovely Mr. Swindon donated, which I did offer it back. I said once I got it repaired. I said no. He said no, and I'm going to just put it for auction and for the Dogs Trust because I've already got one item on there for sale. Yeah, yes, the R11. Oh, it's just asking for a break, so I'm making some bits. On my lathe. Oh, nice. You got a lathe. My dad's got one of them. He's got a wooden lathe on that front. It's been it's sat in the garage for years. I'll have to put this in diode mode because I want to have a look. Diode. They're great, them lathes. Absolutely fantastic. So one of the things I want to just check is check some of these. Yeah, some of these are fine. Just want to test some of these capacitors, just make sure they've got connectivity. That's a capacitor. This one is not getting no voltage. I'm not getting no continuous bleep. I'm just hoping, I'm just testing all round any capacitors around near that chip. If any of these are gone, this could be causing the short wire where the amplifier is not going all the way through. It looks like it. Yeah, yeah, okay, I was just asking for a break from actually some bits on my lathe. Yeah, tethering the probe bits bin is watching the actual. Is the vid's actually getting tips? Yeah, you need a new. Yeah, need a new keyboard. Sorry, guys, you're talking to me. Because obviously. Did you try the Bluetooth Connect? No, it didn't see it. I tried that, it wouldn't see it, FarmTech. For some reason, on that front. I'm just hoping that if this chip has gone bad in any way, we've also got another amp there, so I'm going to probe that, what we did yesterday, and just want to see in diode. I've got it in diode mode at the moment. Right. No, it ain't in diode mode. It's in diode mode now, and I want to probe one side and just test that that preamp on that side to see if this one's gone bad. 724. Just to see. Can you show me the photo of the MP3 module? I can, my friend. Right, so obviously we've got, this is the MP3 that I've took out. So you've got an LED, and you've just got a mode, a forward, a play, pause, and like another search thing. Yeah, to use the Bluetooth, you have to pair it in unless someone presses the button for the activation. Yeah. For it to listen. Yeah. I think you do. But it wouldn't, this, for some reason, why would this block the amplifier? Obviously, because we checked all the preamp yesterday. Why did this block? Because the bypass is now working the record in that front. Because obviously there's something on this that's actually blocking the signal. It's obviously not completing the circuit because the bypass is working the record player now. This is preventing it from being accessed, because obviously power's obviously got to go into these connectors. This connector, and we've got these two here, obviously. So one's going to be for power, and I assume it's going to be the red one. That will power the unit, which it does. You'll get the green light. But the sound coming out is preventing it to complete on the record. So when you do try to play, you just get a hum. Well, if that's the case, what's the chances of that chip gone bad when that got plugged in the incorrect power supply? Because if that's the case, it could just be a simple thing of replacing this chip again. But this is a different chip. This chip is not the same as the other one. So this is all to do with the Bluetooth side as well as the MP3. He's saying it's Bluetooth. It might not even be Bluetooth. I reckon this module ain't got, because I can't see like a Wi-Fi card on it. I just tried to have a look. Because looking underneath, all you've got is really this. I don't think this is a Bluetooth. Yeah, they don't use an amp in this module, so it's obviously like a speaker connect. Yeah, I think you, yeah, because looking at the diagram on the side there, you can actually read it. So obviously these must be the connectors going in. Because look, antenna, there's nothing on it. There's nothing on the antenna. So yeah, there's the 5 volts that this seeds at the end of it. That didn't have a spare cap, so they've put a cap over it. Why would they put a cap there, not there? Like, that's weird, straight away on that front. So 5 volts are going in. And this must be all to do with the, obviously, your output side. And this is what's causing the issue, that's not reading the not only the card, but it's also not bypassing it through to the other side. Now the trouble is, if someone's plugged in the incorrect voltage straight to this, I never took this apart, so obviously what you see is what I'm seeing on here. So straight away you've got this chip, obviously it's to do with sound. So, but this might not be, I don't think this is Bluetooth. I still think, I don't know if this is Bluetooth or not, because I can't see no module on here. These literally just run on USB and SD card. Obviously that's what that SD card is. There ain't no fail ports underneath there. Can't see anything. No. Card port looks perfect. There's nothing wrong with the card port. Did you check the transistors? Yeah, that's what I was just checking. I was just going to track the transistors to see if there's any shorts around the train, because we've got you've got a mixture of capacitors and resistors, because RT's got this short for resistor, for what I said. Let me get my torch, because my torch is really bright. I can see better with that. Alsto 6215. Thank you, my friend, for popping on. Have you checked the crystals next to the chip? No, I have not checked the crystals to the chip. That's one thing. I don't think it's even got a crystal in this. I can't even see it. There's no crystal in this, my friend. Only what you're seeing on the screen is exactly what's causing. There is obviously a problem on this board because the bypass is now working on it. But as soon as I plug this in, we get no audio. So there's obviously a short somewhere along this line. Yeah, that is a crystal. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, you're right. It's right there in front. Didn't see it. Yeah, that is. Oh, God. Yeah, you could be right. So if they've plugged in an incorrect voltage, that's an IC model. IC model number. So obviously, if they've plugged in the incorrect voltage into this, what's the chances that they could have literally shorted the crystal out, caused a problem with the crystal? I won't have one of them, I'll tell you that now. I won't have no crystals on that front. Yeah, I forgot. No, the board ain't got a crystal on it, it's only on this one. Yeah, they were tiny. That crystal is bad. Oh, God. Is there a way of actually testing to see if that crystal's gone bad? Yeah, it's teeny tiny. I don't think the extrail is bad. Do you know what? I had a really sneaky feeling that this was going to cause a problem. So the bypass is working. Obviously, there's something obviously that's causing this now, it's causing the short. So what's the chances are that voltage that got plugged in, because obviously 5 volts has gone straight in. Yeah, I don't think the XGO is bad. I honestly think that, like you said, that 5 volt, when it's incorrectly, it's obviously took something else out on here. You don't know if it's blown that chip or took out that crystal, like you said. You have antenna connections to the PCB, the antennas, so we can actually. Yeah, you need I have got an oscilloscope, sir. I have definitely got an oscilloscope. The only thing is, I've got to search for the leads. Obviously, it is. I don't know where the leads are, because obviously I've got a lot of unfinished projects on there. Up front, but 100%, it looks like that. So it's obviously. Rather that's gone. I've got a function generator which I was using it last night, but yeah, you're right, you need an oscilloscope to see if it's pulsing on that front. Plug it in and see if it actually works, to see if this is why I bought the tools, to try and buy, and to obviously to try and sort it out. Well, that's actually narrowed it down even more then. So really it could be like you said, the chances are that it could be that actual crystal itself. It's fried the crystal, incorrect power supply, or it's took a chip out. It's obviously why I'm not getting no audio coming straight out. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can test it in circuit. Yeah, you can. Yeah, but obviously, like you said, you need to put that on an oscilloscope and probe it. So I'm going to need to. I'm going to need to find my probe lead and actually see if I can probe it, put it back in, and then retest it. Do you know what's the wrong voltage was? Well, this was Mr. Swindon's IC model number, please. Yeah, wait, farm check. I'll give it. Mr. Swindon's, before he sent this to me, he said someone shoved 8 volts through this. And obviously power supplies obviously spike a little bit more than 8.1 because I've got a 5 volt and it's coming up 5.1. So if they shoved 8 volts through it and it was a 5 volt power supply, that extra 3 volts is enough to do some current damage. And it, lucky enough, it just took out the IC chip, which I replaced, and it's now worked. You'd be better off buying a module on Ali, as they're only a few quid. Yeah, and then just replace it. Yeah, I've just been looking, but don't seem to see one the same as yours. So yeah, that's the only thing that you end up problem, because like you said, trying to get that crystal, or like you said, ordering that stuff, is going to cost more for what it was, like you said, like a module to put back in its place on that front. Because AliExpress is quite common on that front. Yeah, but there is similar ones on there. The trouble is you've got to get the right one. Put that on. Oh God, what's going on here? Hold up, guys. I'm all tangled up underneath the chair. There you go. That's better. That way I don't get caught up when I'm sitting on it. Good day all. Oh, Dave, thanks for popping on, my friend. Right. Now, obviously, if I, like you said, I really need to find them probes, because if, like you said, but what's the chances of that, if that crystal or that chip's gone bad? It's not, would it, the trouble is, trying to get that exact crystal or similar crystal for that to work, it's probably going to be easier just to replace it, like what Mr. Pico was saying. It'd be easier just to put one of those modules straight in and bypass it from that way, because you're not going to get the part for that. It looks like it would be like a voltage regulator, and if it's done away with pushing the 0 ohms, yes, like you said, it's Oldham is literally like, if you actually put, if the, obviously that extra 3 volts might have shortened this L6 out, which you can just about see. It's got L6 on there. The multimeter set to frequency hertz. You can actually measure directly to the pins to see if there's no signal exist, or it's a loaded capacitor. It means it's not damaged. Well, we can do that. That's one good aspect. Elstone on that front. We can put this in hertz, put this back into the record player, and we can test that. See if that's the case. What I need to do is to put a USB or SD card. I've got an SD card. Let me grab an SD card, because, and I'll bung an MP3 to see if that worked directly to it, because obviously I need to test that to see if it's actually, because obviously we're just getting no, as soon as this is plugged back in, it bypasses. And if for some reason it's just not working the record player, you just get a hum. So what we got? We got 128. Yeah, 128 meg. No, I do. I'm not bothered. 128 megabytes should be enough. I've got to put this in an adapter, because otherwise this won't work. So let me go plug that in. Right. Now I assume that's going to be, Fantech wants the IC number mix. Sorry, my friend. Let me grab that in there. Sorry, because I was just trying to look for. Yeah, he did ask for that. Sorry. God, this is going to be fun and games, because this is so faded. This is what I had with the other issue. Right. So I'm going to have to turn the brightness up, and then what I do, I'll have to tilt it, and then what I do, I'll punch the number in, because you guys, I can see it better on the second camera. Yeah, tilt it a bit, and then what I do, I'll put the number in the thing for the IC. If this IC's gone bad, There is one way I could do the function generator again and use this on that front, because the function gen will actually see if there's any signal coming out from the pin layout. So it's obviously, it's going to be, I'm gonna write this in because it'd just be easier instead of just reading it out. EP. Did we got dash? Yeah, we have. Great. A4. There you go. Right, that is the that's the chip that's obviously on it. The crystal. Do you want the crystal? It looks like it's 24 hertz. A 24 hertz crystal. Yeah, it's a 24 hertz crystal. It's got 24 and 3 zeros. So I assume that's a 24 hertz. I can see that better under the light. Right, let me sort that record thing out. Yeah, 24 megahertz. Yeah, it's got 24 on that crystal. As all of the caps have been shorted for shorts. No, I've not tested that. That's a good shout. Let me grab, let me just quickly put it into continuity. Right, voltage, that's it. Right, so if they bleep, I assume that's good. That means they're making connections. Now I'm going to test all around the IC and the crystal itself up front. So first thing, I'm going to check to see if this is in line with the, what is that? Is that a capacitor? Right, these are capacitors, these two. So really I need to put that in capacitance mode if they're caps, to see if they're getting any voltages to go through. Well, I'm not getting nothing from that capacitor. Wow. Right, okay. Well, this could be causing why we're not getting it, but like you said, I've got nothing going through the caps. Hang on, because I've got to read your messages, guys, because I got told off yesterday. I didn't read your messages. If you have something that is actually shortened, then you could actually trace it back to that source. Yes, on that front. Obviously, there's two capacitors here. It looks like it runs in parallel with this oscillating crystal. Yeah, that'll be pico F. So they use very small capacitance. Well, unless if that's the case, but I'm not getting no meter readings on it from at all. Oh no, you're right. No, they are. You're 100% right, sir. They are reading. Wait, I've got to keep it on there. But you was right. It was very low when I tested it. It might be so low it can't read it. There. Now I'm not getting no. Again, I'm not getting no meter reading from this. Yeah, there'll be very small capacitance. Now I'll get open line. I can't even read them. Perhaps it's too low in capacitance. It can't read it. That fun. 22 picofarad or 10 picofarad. Well, actually, the multimeter might not. There might have a certain resistance where it can't pick it up. It's too small on that front. We've got another capacitor right up here near the chip, and it's pointing towards the chip. And again, it's got microfarad and it's got open line. So if that's one, oh, well, that did. It's a nanofarad. Well, it did come up with 0.3. It was that low. Yeah, it can't even pick it up. It's coming up as a, yeah. You can't tell, Mick, you might have to scratch through the coating on that board. Yeah, actually. Can you tell that to my wife then? Now I'm not saying that's all. Oh, you'll get a clip around the ear hole. Yeah, I think Mr. Pico's right. I think in there it might have like some form of formal coating. That's why these are really ultra thin, these needles. Yeah, we are. Look, I did probe it. I've stabbed that right in. It's coming up UF and then MF, and then it can't read it. No, it can't read it. It physically can't read these capacitors right in line with that crystal. Which ones are you actually reading in picofarad? These ones here, sir. It's actually coming up nanofarad and then microfarad, but it can't read it. These two can't be read for some reason, and that one up there, it's exactly the same. If I try to read it, because this is another capacitor, it's got C for capacitor. First thing I would do is to check the input from that mode switch and your switching to ensure that you're actually getting USB to MP3 in my option. Yeah, obviously, where's that mode switch? The mode switch is here, and what is this? Is this a 0 ohm? That looks like a 0 ohm. I think that is a 0 ohm. Yeah, 0 ohm resistor. So we could just probe that to see if we got resistance from it. To see if we got continuity. Yeah, that's fine. So that's obviously fine. Fine. Dear Mr. Swindon. No fun. Because this is the mode switch from here. So what you could do is also test. If I probe that and press the button, do we get a connection? Yeah. So the button's working. We can test the rest of the buttons and make sure they're all working. There ain't a faulty button, because that could have been the case. You don't know what they've done to it. The white ones actually will read it in picofarad. Thanks, Elstone on that one. Yeah. So yeah, that's good. Let me probe these other switches, and let me do the same thing again to make sure that these switches are working. Because I don't want to touch these, and these switches are faulty. Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, that's working. Cool. I think the switches are okay. But I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, they're all good. So the switches are all good on that front. So obviously the 0 ohm resistor on that front. What we got up here? Just trying to have a read to see what we actually got. Another capacitor. We've got a D for a diode. There's nothing across that now. There's no diode across that. But we've got another capacitor. Let me read that capacitor. If it'll read. If it'll actually read. For some reason. No, it's reading that. Well, it did. And then it cut off. Right, now it's reading it. It's actually reading at a 23.5455 UF cap. So that cap's reading good. And that's right in parallel of that 0 ohm resistor right next to that mode switch. So that's the one I just tested. That front. So obviously this mode is the switching system. Now that's another 0 ohm. That's another resistor. So I need to test that. Take this out and put this into ohms resistance, and let's just test to see if this is reading, which it should be 0, and it is reading 0. Cool. Okay, that's working. There's nothing wrong with that. Message retracted. Check your tuning mode switch to the chip. Yes. So again, I'm just trying to do what you said, guys, because obviously, I'm trying to follow that mode switch where this goes, because obviously this is what's causing it to switch. So power is, where's that power? The power is coming from the top straight into this 0 ohm. What's on the other side of that board? I can show you, sir. The other side of the board, right? So 5 volts is going in straight in from the USB, right? Well, I suppose that's right, because USBs will take about 3.5 volts going in, 3.3. It sounds about right for what USBs normally take, up to 5 volts. I think one could do a 3 volt, one could do a 5 volt line. That's what the most, unless it's a USB 3.0, then it's a little bit more higher in amps on that front. So it could take a little bit more high in ampage. But there's really nothing else on this board. If you have a look, it's mainly all random circuitry. So the 5 volts is obviously coming straight in, goes to the cap, charges it up, right? And you can see that on here. The 5 volts is actually coming in. There's the ground and there's the 5. Straight into the 0 ohm. If you follow it down, it then goes round this circuitry, right, straight up to a capacitor, right, and on the side of that other capacitor, it goes to this, which is this capacitor. And what's that capacitor there? Which is going to be a 22 UF, right? So again, you can read the cap to see if the cap's gone bad. I think the cap's fine. I still think there's an issue with that chip, or that I didn't see that crystal. So that should register at 22. If it a reading circuit. 23. Yeah, I was close enough. Obviously, because it's reading in circuit. So the cap's registering at 23. So the cap's good. Right. So now you're following it through the circuit. Right, so one's coming through to one side of the leg, the other side would be the earth. One side goes in from that capacitor and then goes into this tiny capacitor. Then if you follow the rest of this in circuit, then we've got a bridge over. Obviously, I assume that's going to be for the earth side, because there's nothing else really going to this. It looks like it goes to one side of the leg of that USB. Right, also, once the power comes in, obviously we've got one side of the bridge of the ohm, the other side now branches to the other side of the board. So you can actually see where the power is now coming. Now this is obviously the switching mode. So you can obviously click to go to USB or SD card. So what we got on here? We got an EEEE, a 3 E's. What is that? Is that that's not a capacitor. Got a 3E sample on here. I'll put it into dial mode to see if that picks it up, voltage. So I'm not sure of what that should be. No, that might have to be switched on to pick voltage up. I'll put it into ohms resistance, see if that'll pick anything up. 33k. What's on your right? Okay. Plug the PCB back in and inject an injectome into the USB to see if it actually gets the main PCB amp. Yeah, that's a good shout. Well, that's what I was going to do. I was actually going to put an MP3. Now, yeah, the 33.3, and then reprobe this to see if we got voltages. If we got any voltages around this section here, because some of this might need voltage to get in. Obviously, it's going to need 5 volts. It's not obviously 5 volts is getting. Now, like you said, it could be anywhere on this board. But listen to the others as well. I am, my friend. I definitely am. I do try and take note. The 33 and the 3 is 33 and 3 is 33 resistor. Right, so while I've got that in, let me just quickly format that in FAT32, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be a FAT32 file. And what I need to do is plug that in and dump an MP3 file. in that front, because I've got an SD card there, and it might not work if it's not in the correct format. So I'm just going to quickly format in FAT32 and then dump a file in it, see if I can try and read it. Right, cool. Right, have I got any MP3s? Well, that's going to be a challenge enough, because I've got to find an MP3. Oh no, hold up. Bloody Windows nearly locked up. I think that drive's is on borrowed time. I think that hard drive is not in the greatest, even though it's actually saying it's quite healthy. It seems to be lagging more and more a little bit. Like it takes forever. Mind you, Windows probably don't help. Front. So what I need to do is boot up the other computer and see if I can try and pinch an MP3 over there, because all my MP3s are on the other computer. So I need to uncheck that. That's in FAT32, and then put this back in and do what you guys said. Dump an MP3, play it to see if it actually plays through, and then probe it, see if we're getting anything around it. Give me 1 minute. Let me see if I can probe anything around here. It shouldn't take too long because the other computer's quite fast. Still got the same problem though with the other computer. It still keeps boot looping for some reason. I don't know what's causing it. Right, let's put the code in. Right, cool. Unplug that, plug that in. Yeah, that's plugged in. That's another one I've got to have a look at. I've got to have a look at that amplifier and put all the heatsink back on that as well. Let's grab my glasses because I can't see nothing. Sorry guys. I think that the line cable is with the blue one is detected on the record player, so it's active on the connector within depth to detect it. Yeah, obviously this is that blue cable obviously is for that reason. I mean, let me see if I can find an MP3. It's not going to be on there, it's going to be on the other drive. Come on. Right, media. Need to find MP3s. Oh god, that Explorer. And we really shouldn't have all these bloody files everywhere because it's an absolute nightmare. Right, Xbox. DJ, DC. Pictures. Oh, there we go. There's MP3. Right, so an MP3 format. I'm going to send that to the USB-E. Cool. E. I can't find the data sheet, so we don't know where the pins to actually get the 5 volts. Right, okay, my friend. Right, there's two, I've put 2 files on there now, right? So I'm just going to shut this down. That's now done. 2 files actually on there. 2 MP3s. Cool. Right. Now we've got MP3s actually that I've put on that 128 megabyte one. So what I need to do is move this out of the way. Let me take that off. Begins. Cool. You should be able to, able to do the community thing they normally do in corners. Yeah, I think that the so what I need to do is plug this back in and retest it. I must be ultra careful here. It does say MP3s, didn't it? Because I did put that was an MP3. MMC, so that's an MMC card. Well, it doesn't say MP3s. I'm just hoping that it actually plays MP3 files. That front. It should be able to do that. Yeah, let's have a look. No, there's nothing to do with community. Right, okay. Let me move this back in. Take that back out. Right. Now, I won't need the record player, so I shouldn't need that. Right. So what I need to do is put the 5 volts back into this. Plug this in. Matthew Tech. Yeah. Right. Now, I'll have to take out the bypass and re-plug all this back in. Where's that SD card? Make sure that is round the right way. It does fit. Now I need to put the 5 volts back into this as well, which is, this is the 5 volt rail. I assume it is, because it's got 5 volts on it, so. Got to be really careful here. So, what is, yeah. That one then goes on to that one there. And then the other two should be bypassed from the bypass side, which is up here. So the white one goes on to there. And then that one should be bypassed straight into that one. Should do. It looks it. Right, cool. Right, we're all plugged in. I've got the card plugged into this, right? So we've got the card plugged in. I've got to be careful because I don't want to break all the pins, because the pins are really ultra sensitive on it. And then I can probe to see if it actually picks it up. Right. We've still got no green light, so that actually could mean that the mode switch there is actually on here. Right, if that's the case, then that means these could be wrong, in the wrong order. Right, so let me switch that back off. I'll switch this one over for that one. Right. Switch them over. Now I'll try that again. No, still got nothing. No, we've got nothing on that front. So there is obviously something is not lighting this board up. Regardless that the 5 volt is in at the top. Which is strange because, like you said, everything else is all wired up. So we've got the wire up there. So we're definitely not getting nothing from this. Is there 5 volt on that plug? Yeah, that's a good shout. Let me put the probe on that, put it in to see if there's any voltage going in. Voltage. Yeah, let me probe that. Yeah, 5 volts. We're getting 5 volts going in. Test it for voltage. When I tested this yesterday, that green light was lighting up, but then that could be because it was the way it was connected through. So 100% is now, it's that that's causing the problem. I'm going to put this back. Just switch these two back over. There ain't nothing else that's obviously that I've missed out. Alright. Just double check to make sure that that is connected through, because that was that wire coming out from that red and black one, which is going over here. I'll probe that to see if we got 5 volts coming out of that as well, because I didn't probe that section. Yeah, the blue wire is 0 or 5. Right, okay, I can test that. I don't like that one. Getting nothing from there. Again, voltage. 1.5, 1.8. Oh, it's spiking up. It's going up to 2. 22. It's still spiking. Bit of a weird voltage. Yeah, and I'm getting voltage from that. It's 0.7, 0.8 voltage going in. That seems too low, doesn't it? That's from the voltage side, coming from that power supply there. That's the one I've been probing. That just seems a little bit low. So let me probe the blue one. It's obviously coming over to this board, then comes over to this side. It just seems a little bit low to me. It really does. What we got? Why is it? Did put it on voltage. Mick in chat. Michael, how you doing, my friend? He's another great YouTuber on this person. Absolutely legend. No, I'm hardly getting any voltage coming from that at all. And it's switched on. I'll probe that again just to test that. The black is obviously a negative. So that's a negative side. And this is a positive side. So I should be getting 5 volts. And it is 5.1 volt. So we're getting on that front. I'm getting the 5.1. So we are getting voltage going up. But from that blue wire, what you just told me to probe, which comes over to here, goes over in the corner. Let me probe that. Straight away it goes into resistance. It goes into mega ohm resistance mode. That blue wire. I'm going to swap the leads around. Well, it's not bleeping now, but it's still going into ohms resistance, which is 0.07.13, and it's fluctuating with the power. But it's stabilised at 0.71 resistance on that front. Time to make a coffee. Nice. So the voltage is getting into the board on the top here, but we're not getting. I'm going to probe this leg up here as well for ground. I'm going to probe ground and then see if we got power coming in from that blue one on this side of the board. Yeah, again, it's in kiloohms, which you guys can see. It's obviously I'm probing. It's fluctuating. It's just coming up to 30, 29. You'll find 5 volt on that chip on the switching PCB. Yeah, but this is obviously not lighting up, so there is definitely an issue with this mode switch here. Like, well, not the mode switch. Something's obviously stopping voltage from getting all the way up. This is why the bypass worked, but obviously that 8 volts that they shoved in obviously not only took the chip, but it's damaged this in the process as well. Also, remove that SSD for a short. Yeah, it's good shout. Yeah, we obviously am not. That seems just a little bit low, like you said, from the blue wire. If it's in like kiloohms, like you said, we've got voltage. We're not getting enough voltage round on this board. I could check the shunt, but like you said, this should have still lit up unless they burnt the diode out, which because there's power onto that. Yeah, the wire is connected to the SD board. Actually, if I put it into diode mode, let's see if we got any. Is that isn't shorted, is it? 1.8. No. So the LED is good. It's 1.8. So the power comes in from the jack. Obviously, yeah. So the power is obviously this black and red one that's coming in that front. And yeah, the project has really captured your yes. The project has really captured your attention. Good stuff. Thank you, Michael. So the obviously voltage is coming in because obviously you've got the 5 and the ground, which is only on these pins on here. We're getting it up to the switch, but for some reason it's not being bypassed all the way over. So there's a couple of reasons where that could happen. Like you said, that means that there's still a short on this side of the board. Does it add voltage onto that voltage reg? Or is it just 5 volts coming in? I could actually check it, see if it's got 5 volts on the regulator. I'll tell you what, I'll put the scope cam on, you guys can see, because then I can probe it. Remove all that line, remove the line wire from the blue and the extra one, and see if we got the green light. That's a good shout. Yeah, let me just try that first. It's actually farm tech. Let me take all that out to see if that's actually in. Just leave the power in to see if it's a short, because it could be a short, obviously, from the other side going into that, if it still switches on. So we just got power going straight in. No. 5 volts is obviously still going in, but it's not lighting it up. So yeah, if the wires actually has a short, then voltage will drop considerably. Yeah, it would do. So we've got 5 volts going straight in. So there's 5 volts getting to this because I've probed it. But for whatever reason, it's stopping as soon as we're getting to a certain point. Let me move the camera over and I can show you guys. Where's that bulb? Oh Jesus, why is that all gone? Let me put the light on because obviously that's terrible. There you go. So the voltage is obviously coming in. It's going into the 0 ohm, which I can, like you said, the voltage is the 5 volts goes straight in. So I could probe it to actually see if we're still getting the 5 volts going straight in, and then go from there. So what I need to do is probe one side of the leg of the earth, which is that's that side, and then because it's switched on, and then test it for voltage if we got anything coming from the other side. It would do if I can hold this in. Yeah, there was a short on the voltage, like you said. It's the best thing is to test it. Why? And then because then you can follow it. Yeah, 5 volts. So it's going through the dial, right? So, oh, sorry guys, you can't see. Right, so I've got the leg coming in. I'm getting 5 volts through the other side of that. Right, now follow it from the chip. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Obviously, I need to follow where that's actually going. Yeah, that point is important to check around the 5 volt that drops. Yeah, because obviously that's what's causing the drop. If the chip's not getting a certain amount of voltage, that's what probably would be. We know that it's 5 volts going into that board, so it's now getting lost on that board. So basically, this is the issue it's got. Let me turn it off for a minute because it's still switched on. That's it. Cool. So what I need to do is follow this. So we're getting 5 volts up here. When it comes out, it comes to this U3 UV section, the U3, yeah, which is obviously, if you have a look on the other side of that board, there's nothing there. It's obviously this thing here. This is all part of it. So I assume that's all part of the earth. So where this actually comes in, how the bloody hell can you trace that? So I assume, does that come off from this side of the trace, where it's obviously got R19 and it comes round? And then what I really should check for is see if we got voltage up here. Yeah, Michael's looking worried. So what I need to check now then, if we're getting 5 volts up here, and then keep following it to see where it goes, like you said, to see where the voltage drops. Because obviously there's not enough I still think there's not enough voltage getting around this board, this top part of the board. So I'm going to reprobe it. Now I'm going to probe that top part of that board, right where you said, guys. So I need to check to see if we're getting voltage up here. And we are. We're getting voltage. We're getting 5 volts. Am I getting 5 volts the other side? No, we're not getting 5 volts on the other side of that board, but that might go to an earth, so you probably won't get that anyway. But there's obviously no 5 volts getting to that. Is that just 5 volts to the USB? Put it in voltage mode. Yeah, that's just 5 volts to the USB. Yeah, obviously, like you said, that's just 5 volts to the USB. But I wanted to probe just to see if we're getting 5 volts from the other side of it. Five volts one side, no volts from the other. No. So we're not getting no voltage from the other side of that. No voltage at all. Obviously, this will be the 5 volt line going to the USB, because that's what they're used for. If that's the case, right, then one side of this USB should be getting 5 volts. If we're not getting one side of that, well, straight away, that's causing a problem straight away. Yeah, we are getting 5 volts. 5 volts on that line. We are getting a 1 ohm short there. Nothing on that, because that could be an earth. Nothing on that. So the top part of that line is getting 5 volts, which is this one here. This one gives me 5 volts when I go in. I'm getting exactly 5. So both sides of that large is at 100 k ohm resistor. Yeah, I think there is. I think you're right. So yeah, because that's a capacitor going through, so it's giving it its 5 volts on the USB side. The trouble is, it then should come through a 0 ohm resistor. Well, it's actually gone past that because the voltage is getting in. But how can you trace this once the wire comes off? It goes to, there's nothing here on this front. There's no diode or nothing on it. It then's got to branch off because the USB has to go to somewhere to connect to the other side of this wall. And that's where I can't seem to trace it. we've got, like you said, this is the voltage side, obviously, unless it goes up to here and it bridges over. Once you press the button, the mode then switches the power over. The 2 points to the left and the right to the USB is just ground and +5, so that's fine. No, that is fine. So this is where I think this is where it's getting a bit confusing, because like you said, the circuitry, 5 volts is going in for the 0 ohm, which is for the resistor, fine, comes down, follow it along to this capacitor, charges it, goes straight to, because this is all the USB anyway. One side 5, the other side is negative. There's nothing in between, it's just 5 and negative, just to power it up. It's not a data line or anything like that. And then obviously I think that's what that line is, because you could actually see, and if you follow that, it then branches to the other side of the cap. Because if you have a look where this is, when you're trying to follow it in circuit, so if we stay up this end, which is up here, that's where them legs are, which is up here. So one side goes to the leg, charges it, one side's the earth, the other one's like a form of charge that goes to this side. And now I think this is when this is connected, it goes through, because you can actually see it. And then there must be a mode switch. So as soon as you press this, it then engages from this side, but then that looks like that's not separated. So that looks like it's all earth. So that's why I'm really confused on that front. Around this section here, it's a weird layout. It's a very weird layout. That mode button, which is this one, it's got to switch this power from here to get voltage over this side. Because I can't see anywhere else where there's no other trace. All the rest of this looks like an earth. Sorry guys, I've had to have a call, so I've missed about 20 minutes worth. Where are we at? Well, I'm getting voltage to a certain degree up to this capacitor. I'm not getting nothing on the other side. No, the buttons just need to send a signal to the chip. Right, okay. Thanks, Oldham. So yeah, obviously it tells it to switch it over, which does sort of make sense. Yeah, what the voltage is on that 100 ohms. Yes, so I'll need to reprobe that and test it, because for some reason I've got it up to, we've got voltage all round here, got voltage there, got voltage here. I've not checked this for voltage, so I'll need to check that for voltage next. So leave it on. Right, voltage, good. And then what I need to do is just test this to see if we got voltage up here. 4.4. 4.493 volts. Oh, sorry guys. It's a bloody camera. So yeah, we're getting voltage up to that point, and we're getting 4.493 of a volt. So the tracing is obviously, now if I switch that over to the other side, are we getting anything from the other side? 5 volts. We're getting exactly 5 volts from the other side. So 5 volts is getting all the 5 volts around here. So also you need to have voltage at that USB point. It's actually getting around to board. So straight away, now we're getting voltage up here. We now to see if we need to get voltage up this section. So this is now all eliminated. That's getting its correct voltage as it needs. So you actually can see the voltage from the IC. Yeah. So really, if I had a pin layer, I could have probed to see if this was actually getting the 5 volts that it needs to the chip. But because we haven't got the schematics on it, on this front, obviously this resistor on this type of front is getting voltage again. So we have got 5 volts coming up from this point, 4.99, this side 5. So it has picked it back up. So what I need to do then is now test it from this switch from up here to see if we're getting voltages around here. And then you can start following it, because now these are all in parallel with each other. Which obviously there's no components on here. So that you can actually see the trace. If you see the trace goes up here. And if you follow that trace, it then goes all the way up here, up to that corner, to where the signal is, where one of them cables go, obviously. Yeah. So you can actually see where the voltage is going, because obviously you've got to move the voltage up on the board. It's got to be a short somewhere along there. Yeah, you need to test it from the actual switch to the IC, getting around that IC switch. Yeah, you can also have views on that board around 100 ohm resistors. Yeah, because like you said, there's quite a lot of resistors in that front, and they've got R's, so you know that obviously these ones don't have resistors on them in that front. So but these ones have. You can actually see it. They have got a resistance. Yeah, check that next to that 100 ohm. Yeah, there's another resistor here. So I haven't tested this one, so I need to probe this one to see if we're getting voltage onto that. I think you're going in the right direction. I think keep stepping it up, and eventually you'll see where it's going to stop. And I think that's where the short is. Voltage is not getting up to it. 3.1. I'm getting 3.1 on one side. Nothing on the other. So I'm getting 3 volts via the whole PSP. The VMIC. Sorry, Pico. Yeah, that through the hole. Yeah, because this is, what's this? A capacitor or 3.2? That's registering at 3.2. And the other side's getting 3.2. So we're getting voltage up here. There's another resistor. Let's see if I can just probe these resistors. See if I'm getting voltage. Let's see. Nothing on that. I'm getting nothing on that resistor. Oh. Power's fluctuating, but it's 0.12 of a volt straight on this resistor. Sorry guys, alarm there. The hole where it goes through the board next to that 100 ohms. Right, okay my friend. Yeah, next you're talking about this one up here, because these are yeah, because these are capacitors on the R5. Yeah, there's a lot on the basis of the board with small holes in the voltage of the board. All electrons. The bottom left, thank you my friend. The bottom left. So the bottom left is a hole here, right, and we've got some holes here, right. So the bottom left, we got bottom left on there. So I'm just trying to for next to that switch, right? Okay, next to the switch, right. So this one here, next to the switch, which you've got like this one. That's not a hole. I thought that was a hole. That's obviously solder point on that front. But yeah, like you said, these are testing points. I think that's why they put them on there. So you've got another one up here. You've got another. I think these are like a testing point. Yeah, 100 ohms, Mick. Right, okay. And in the middle of that 100k ohm resistor. Okay, my friend. Let me probe that then. Could do. I need to hold this down because this is tilting up. Sorry. I've got to put 100. So really, we need. It's got to be ohms resistance. So I've got to put it in mega ohms. Put it in ohms resistance. I'm reading 5 volts. Mix CD 100k ohm resistor. Hold up. This multimeter keeps switching. When I tell it not to switch, it's going in auto mode automatically. You know, it's going potty for some reason. It's, you know, I put it in diode mode, then take it off. I put it into ohms resistance mode, and then it's taking it off and automatically putting voltage straight into it, and then it's showing me it's saying it's 5 volts. So the multimeter's obviously throwing me off. Yeah, put the 7200. No. Yeah, put your probe. Put the probe on top of that 100. Right. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, put the probe. I'm going to put the voltage live on that 100 ohms, which is this one here, right? Yeah, and then like you said, and then I've got it on ohms resistance, mega ohms resistance. So it says the bottom left. It should read it as, and we're getting an open line. I'm not even reading that as an ohm resistance. So it's not reading that at all. I can't get a meter reading from it, even when I put it on ohms resistance. Right, to the left of the middle of the 0. Right. Left ohm to the 0. Right. Should read it in auto mode. He switched it again to DC voltage. It's still coming up at 5 volts. I've got it switched on. Mick, stop. Leave your probe on the top of the ohm. Right, okay, my friend. I'm turning that off, obviously, because it keeps switching the multimeter. Check the watts out. Give me a minute, guys. It's the voltage is, it keeps bloody switching it. Right, there you go. Right, thank you, guys. There's a little tiny hole right in the center where Pico is obviously telling me where to probe. Right. God almighty, you're not kidding. I could just about see that. How these guys do you see that? I didn't even see it. So it was right in the middle. Mega ohms resistance. It's actually reading. It's fluctuating with the... I've got it turned off. It's fluctuating at 30 and it's dropping. 30 ohms resistance on that front. I don't know how you guys actually managed to see that. It's dropping. The voltage is dropping. It went from 34. It's dropping past 30 mega ohms resistance, and it's still dropping on the wire. Yeah, it's still going down. It's at 29 and it's still dropping. So obviously, if that's 100 ohms, that front, that's reading in circuit. Yeah, you need to explain it's a 2-layer PCB, right? Obviously, so it's got to read from both sides. So obviously, like you said, it's taking readings not only from that, but it's reading it from the other side. Yeah, turn over the board. There's not much on the other side. You can't even get to it. But as you said, we've got, I think that's where that was shorting, where you just said, because if you have a look on the other side, test both sides. Yeah, right. So the short, obviously, I don't know how you saw that bloody hole. Jesus. That hole is covered up. You can't get to it. There's no way you can get to that, because obviously the USB's on that front. Right where that 100 ohms resistor is, right there. We've got another one on this side up here, which then still covers it up, so you still can't get to it. It's under the USB. Yeah, it's under the USB side. It's covered, like you said, it's literally covered up. So it's obviously you're not going to get to the other side of it because of the USB. voltage is getting round that board. Well, I did probe it to certain of them resistors. On that front, 5 volts is getting off. It's getting up, but it's not going all the way up. I'm just really what I need to test is there 5 volts getting to this chip. I could probe the chip to see if we've still got 5 volts getting on that side. Just probe each leg to see if I get 5 volts. I don't know what's going on with this multimeter. It's going potty. I'm not even touching it. No, alright, it's stopped now. I don't. Nope, he's still doing it. What? Let's make sure these connectors are in. Well, I'm switching this multimeter off. Yeah, probe all in my Cs. Yeah, I'm going to see if we got 5 volts. I've got to switch this multimeter off. It's going potty. It's literally flickering. It's going mad on its own for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Nope, he's still doing it. I'll show you what he's doing. And I'm not making this up. Look, fucking multimeter's gone. It's going screwy Louie. I'm not touching the multimeter. Right. So as soon as you start touching the probes, it was fluctuating between voltage and something else. It was going in between. It was intermittent. Mad. I don't think it's the actual problem with the voltage. I think it's the data issue through the IC, obviously for the sound output. So yeah, I think this is where the issue lies, because all you're getting is a hum. You're not getting anything else from it. So I think what I need to do is like you said, because but then we ain't got a green light coming up. So I'm going to probe. This is switched on, right? So I'm probing one side. Let me probe one side of that leg, right? Look, I mean, that goes to show what's up with what's going on with this multimeter. Look, guys, look what this multimeter's doing, right? I've got nothing plugged into this, right? I've just got one side of the leg plugged into the earth. Straight away, I'm not even touching that, and straight away I'm getting nearly a 1 volt. So the fucking multimeter's throwing me off. Bin. Yeah, you need to check it and get the voltages, I think. But I'm not even fucking touching this thing, and already it's going screwy Louie on me. Up front. Yeah. Yeah, you're on AC. Yeah, it's on AC. Yeah, AC. You can actually see it. Look. AC voltage. But I'm not even touching it on this side of the leg. So I've got one side actually probed into the earth. I'm not even touching this side. So, and already we're saying we nearly got 1 volt. How can I get 1 volt if I'm not even probing the other side? Obviously, I'm thinking, oh no. Obviously, Mike was saying put it in a bin. I'll have to test that. So that's weird. That's obviously voltage is. Let me probe around the chip. See if we got voltage around that chip. 3.2, right? We got 3.2 from the top side of that. Bottom side of the pin. 0.4. 0.4. 0.3. We did do, yeah. 0.5. Of course, they're really low, aren't they? They're not very big. 0.4. 3.2. 0.2. That's in kiloohms. That's in kiloohms. That's in megaohms. Bloody Nora. That's obviously earth. That front, smoke. Be right back. No worries, my friend. voltage. Voltage on that is 0.5. 0.6. 0.4. Bloody hell. There's no way there's 5 volts getting to this chip. The most it's been is 3.2 so far. 3 volts. Perhaps you don't need a lot of voltage getting to this chip. Well, that's getting a bit closer. 4.48. Kilo ohms. Obviously, it must be ground. Mega ohms. Must be another ground point. Mega ohms. It's in kilo ohms. So we the most it's obviously getting is about 4.4. It's not quite getting 5 volts onto that chip. You're getting 4.4 volts. The voltage reg then may be selected. The switch is cooked. Yeah, which is, like you said, which could be, and I'll show you. Are you talking about this component here? Like this one here. The switching system, obviously, like the voltage getting to it. Yeah, you know. So obviously, it's not turning that light on for some reason. Yeah, look, that's going potty again now. Fucking multimeter's going on the blink. I don't know what's going on with that multimeter. Unless the battery's dying, I don't know. I mean, literally, there is definitely power-related issue on that. 5 volts is certain, definitely only going for it's only going so far, that voltage. It's not going, and obviously you are getting power to the chip, but a lot of it's in mega ohms and kilo ohms. We're getting 3 volt and 4.4, but you're not getting the full 5 volts going to the chip. But obviously there's definitely an issue going somewhere along that that rail. So yeah, there is definitely, yeah, it's a silly question. Is the LED okay? Is there a way of actually testing an LED without putting a certain amount of voltage to it? Can you actually use, I thought that you could actually use a multimeter, because most of these, when I tested these, are about 3 volts, aren't they? An LED, 1.5 to 3 volts. Have you checked for all of the 0 ohm resistors? No, I haven't. So I could put it into ohms resistance mode. Right, I'm going to turn this off. Let me probe all round the 0. Let me check all the resistors that's causing the issues. Have fun. Can I actually do this out of circuit? Because I can lay this bloody, because I can see better on that bottom screen than what I can on the top screen. Right, cool. To test the LED, you need your multimeter in diode mode. I thought that was the case. Right, I'm going to unplug this, guys. I can do it up on here. And it'd be easier. So what I need to do is put this into diode mode and give it a quick test. And it should give it a little bit of voltage. Diode mode. Yeah, you don't know if they've actually blown the diode on this. Let me turn that off because obviously it's too bright. I know it's going to look a little bit dark, but you'll be able to see it light up a little bit if there's a little bit of voltage. Nothing. It's completely zilcho. I don't know if they killed the diode on it. You said you checked this already. Yeah, that's the annoying thing. Unless that's a 5-volt LED, there's not enough voltage going through. That could be the reasons why there's not enough voltage going through to light that LED up. Let me just check the rest of the 0 ohm resistors, like you guys said. Could that actually be causing? So what I need to do is just probe all the resistors. So we've got a 473 ohm resistor, which is this one up here. So I need to put it into resistance mode. Ohms, mega ohms, resistors. Where was that voltage? Fuck me, these components are nanoscale. They are really ultra thin. The 473 is a 43,000. Thank you, my friend. So obviously I need to check. I'm not getting nothing. Sorry guys. Alarm, can you power the board, Mick? Right, I'll put power back into the board. I'm gonna have to, this is going to be fun because obviously I'm really tight for space here. And what's actually causing the issue, that wire is not big enough. Got to put this back in. I've got to be really careful. I don't want to break this wire or the connector. Right. Let me switch her on. Right, she's switched on. Right. I'm going to literally just put this back down again. Right. So there's power going to the board. But now you guys can't get to see. This is the problem I've got. Let me move these pins and these screws because I don't want to lose them. Got to try and move it up here. What I need something to hold this bloody board up. Where's that board holder? Hold up, guys. Give me a minute. Let's see if I can try and prop this up to hold this. I need one of those clamps. Where is my other clamp meter? Actually, I don't have to. Where's them other ones that I bought from AliExpress? That's even better. That'll do. There you go. I'll use one of these. Hey, Mr. Swindon's in town. Copyright. How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Swindon, sir? I hope you're well. As always. Right, I need another one. These are the ones that I use for the, yeah, it's good actually. The air duct is working at the moment. Oh, nice. Don't be afraid. Rapture. Right. So now I've got something to hold this bloody ball up. Right. Now I can probe it. She's powered up. She's got power on it, so. My dear, hope everything is doing well. Just finishing up. First coffee of the day. Nice. So what I need to do is keep this probed to one side. Now I can, obviously, now I can probe all of the resistors. It's definitely a short on this board. Yeah, just had a vision of Duncan Novel. It's just when he just popped up, actually just said hi to you. Wow. Oh, for God's sake, bloody leads are all tangled up. I hate that. They always tangle up every time you try and touch them. Right, now let me test all these resistors. Right, so we've got a 0 ohm resistor. Ohms. So what I need to do is now test this, see if we are getting any ohms. Power going to the board. Hold them. Well, I'm not getting nothing on this one. I'm getting 0. So it's supposed to be 47 with 3 zeros. Yeah, the board is powered up and the LED's on. Yeah, I'm just double check that. I'll make sure. Yeah, I can see a red LED. So we've got power onto it. Obviously, it's power going directly to this board. But we're not getting nothing from this resistor. And I've got it in ohms. Nothing. I'm getting nothing on that at all. So I'm not getting nothing from that resistor. What about this 0 ohm resistor? That's obviously 0.3, and it's sort of fluctuating. Yeah, the LED. So he's testing. Yeah, the LED is actually testing it on. So this resistor R3, I'm not getting nothing. It's supposed to be a 47. It's supposed to be a 47. I'm not getting nothing from this resistor at all. Nothing. Fun. Yeah, go from each leg. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going from. Oldham on that front, my friend. Yeah, I'm not getting no farm tech. I'm not getting nothing from that. I'm not getting nothing from this R3 connection. I'm not getting literally no meter reading at all on this one, my friend. And it's powered up. We've got power going. We've got voltage going into this board. The 0 is reading 0.33 or something like that. It's really virtually near enough. So, yeah. So, we're not getting nothing from that one. So, what is any other resistor? Yeah, let's test this resistor, R19. Unless this multimeter is obviously it's obviously not doing its job. Again, I'm not getting no meter reading from it. I'm not getting nothing from this reading, which is this one up here. I'm not getting nothing from this resistor. I might have to break out the other multimeter. Nothing. 0. Get an open line. Let me grab the other multimeter. I'm just wondering if that multimeter is obviously it's again, this is the trouble with multimeters, they can throw you off. So I'll use the other one, see if that makes a difference. Pico. Yeah, with the power you can't really read it in ohms resistance. Mick, when testing the resistors, probe on the grounds on that probe. Right, okay. That's a good shout. I'm going to try this other multimeter. You can't read when it's powered on. Right, okay, my friend. I will turn that off. Yeah, because otherwise, obviously, it's putting voltage into it. How can it read it in? Yeah, when that's plugged in, all you hear is just like a hum. Right. I'm going to put that to one side. I'm there. Right, power is off. I'm going to switch it off on the board as well. It's killed the power. And then I'm going to see if we got, put it in ohms. This one is, this just says ohms, which is so much better. Make sure I've got the COM in the black, the red on that probe. Right, let me read that one again now, the R3, and I'll probe it. Much better. There you go. bloody multimeter. Now it's registering at 45. See, the multimeter is giving me issues. Right, that's 45. It's supposed to be 47. It's reading in circuit. This one is reading at 32. So now I can put the light on a little bit because it's a little bit dark on that front. So what is that one supposed to be registering at? Let me have a look. I can't even bloody see it. 33. Right, 33. 32. Close enough. Cool. Right, so we've done this one. We've done this one. Right, I'm going to read all of the resistors. Literally all of them. So I'm going to go right through the resistor range. The next one is... Right, so we've done R19 and I've done R3. Let me do this resistor up there, this R1. And this should be another 33. Fine. Right, another one of the resistors. We've got a couple up there. I'm going to move it over. Now I'm going to go to the R9 and R18. So these should be 22 and the other one should be 33. Right. Mick, slow down when you turn the power on and off, actually from the ground, so it leaves the black ground, so actually the red, and probe each side of the resistor. Right, okay. So you basically just saying you can actually just probe one side by if you earthing it out. Well, that's simple enough. With the power on. Right, okay. So can you actually do that? So you can actually see, because that's why I'm getting confused. You said like you can, so you're basically saying just earth one side out and basically just probe one side with the power on. Is that what you're saying? R3. The others were actually reading it. Yeah, measuring DC volts. Right, okay. That's millivolts. But that will change. Now, you don't like that for some reason when I earthed that out. With the power on, measure to set it in DC. Direct current. So I've got it on voltage. It's on, it's in millivolts. The other side is for because it's on, did you say DC? DC, yeah, DC is direct current. So I might have to probe I might have to put the leads on the other side then, if that's the case. Because the other side is in voltage. Or am I doing it right? I don't know. I'm confused because in direct current. Trouble is, multimeters are another thing to learn just on their own. You know, when it comes, because this one's got automatic discharge. Discharges the caps. Yeah, DC is on the right side. Yeah. Put the probe on the ground. Put the black on the ground, yeah. And then, hold up, it's a bloody net in here. And then the power, and then power the socket, the probe tester in direct voltage and see what is actually in the right place. Right, okay. So I'm probing the ground, like you said. I've got ground going straight up to there, and it's the voltage is 4 volts. And that one, and then just played the probe on the right, on the actual resistor itself. See if you're actually getting any voltage going into it. Yeah, show us your meter. Yeah, I'll show you. Right. Hold up. Let me switch that off. So, switch it off. Reset it. Like, with all these multimeters, you don't even have to touch them. They just go bloody potty up front. So, like you said, right, I'm following what Mr. Spico's saying. Put a probe, one on the earth side, earth it out on the board, and then probe it. At the minute, it's in voltage DC. Are you actually saying that the voltage, it ain't making no difference what I'm touching? Yeah, that is right. Yeah. But I'm not even touching this, and the bloody, again, these meters just go potty. Just even touching it. Even if I don't even have to touch the bloody thing. And the voltage just goes mad. You get, it throws you off, because when you're trying to read in circuit, the multimeter is obviously not helping, because you're getting fluctuating on that front. Yes, I know where Mr. Pico's actually saying the black, and right, okay, the black on the black and the red on the red. Okay. And in DC voltage, right. Makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Pico, because that makes sense to it. You showing us a picture. So let me probe one side on that, where that R6 is, which is up here. Where's the R6? R3. That's R8. R4. Where the bloody hell is that R6? So it's over to where the 2 legs is. Yeah, the ground. Yeah. No, Mr. Pico's just showed me a picture of where to probe. So obviously it does make sense. So it's a 47, which is going to be right up near where that voltage thing is. So we've got R6, and it's that one there. So that's what you basically do. You put one on the leg and the other one on the ground. Yeah, the black on the ground, and then of the actual plug. So, which that's what I'm going to. I was doing that anyway, because I know that I'll get a great connection, and then probe one side on that while it's in DC mode. I was doing that, guys. Seriously, I did do that, and then it threw me off because I thought I was doing something wrong. Because I know this is the only way to get a connection if it actually come from there. And then probe one side that's in DC voltage, which I'm going to do right now. But don't keep slipping off. It's coming up. You guys can see it. It's actually coming up on that front. Yeah, you're doing good, Mick. 350, it's the power. This is switched on, remember. It's obviously got voltage going in. So obviously the power is fluctuating between on the minus. But even if I probe it round the other side, it ain't making no difference. Oh, it does. It just sticks in millivolts. So I've got one side going to the leg and the other side going straight into the earth. Yeah, it's going up to about nearly 60 millivolts, and then it drops again. Just got to make sure that's connected. Yeah, check the 5 volt on that plug. 5.1. So we're getting 5 volts going to it. Yeah, millivolts. It just seems like to me. Do you honestly think that I'll tell you what it could be. That seems like to me the voltage is just too low. It's not getting enough voltage around this board. That's what it feels like. It feels like I'm not getting enough voltage around this board. I know they're low components, which they are anyway. That I understand. But I still think that certain things are not getting the correct voltages they need. With some of these with these resistors. Like if I check this one here. That's a resistor. Check on here. Right. Same thing again. Oh, it did do. See what I mean? Right. Plugged in. I'm going to check this R4 resistor. That's stabilised at 5 volts. We've got 5 volts going in. Right. I'm going to probe the other side. Got 5 volts coming out. Right. That was that 0 ohm. Yeah, I think the trace is actually from the 5 volt. It's applied to that chip. I still think not enough voltage is getting to that chip. I think that's what's causing it. So we've either got a shorty component or the chip's fried. There's obviously a problem not getting enough voltage around there. But then remember, 8 volts did get shoved into this to go right round the board. It don't seem to be enough to shunt it up to the 5 volts it need. There's more resistors around here. So I'm going to just probe these. 3.2. Right. I'm going to just probe the other side to make sure that we're getting voltage around the other side. Yeah, if there's a short, then obviously, yeah, you need a thermal cam. Yeah, I've got the thermal cam. It's not a problem. I reckon that, yeah, look, 3.2. We're getting 3.2 here. There's another resistor. Let me check this resistor. 3.2. We're getting 3 volts to the resistors. There's another resistor. There's a lot of resistors. They're all getting 3.2. In fact, they're all resistors. All the way up. 3.2. They're all 3.2. Except for that one there. Right at the top. We're not getting a 3.2. We're actually getting a millivolt. Well, that could be causing a problem if we're not. Yeah, that's a bit suspect, isn't it? It's all in millivolts. A thermal cam time. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we could be. I've got that clean. I've got that other stuff as well. But like you said, put the thermal cam on. Dave. Chat's having babies. Right, let me grab the thermal cam, guys. I think you're right. Well, the top one on there. Well, actually, let me grab that camera from 1 minute. What should that top one be? Because that is a resistor. I can't bloody see it. I can't see that. It's literally, if put it in upside down. No, they haven't. It looks like a 14 or something like that. R15 is right at the top. The one I'm probing, which is this one up here. It's a 470 ohm. I'm not reading that. No, it's not reading in. It's not reading in that ohm's resistance. When I'm probing that, I'm getting a millivolt. I'm not even getting half of a millivolt out of it. Sure, that ain't gone short, because that looks like a data line, which it comes down to here. Again, yeah, that's the data line for it. Obviously, this is one side, and the other side goes towards where the crystal's going. It's right up to where the crystal's going. Well, that's weird, isn't it? So I wonder if they've, like you said, I wonder if they killed the crystal. One side of that part is getting 3.2. We're getting anything from that crystal. Again, millivolts coming on the other side. I'm just hoping they ain't killed the chip or that bloody crystal. Because it looks like it's pointing towards, like you said. Let's grab that thermal cam. Where is it? Right, obviously. I doubt if it's the actually XTAL. It's interesting to try and find where that's obviously where that's going. I mean, 100% now it is this board that's causing the problem on that front. Oh, where's the thermal cam? I was looking for it. It's on top of the wheelie bin. Right, there you go. It's like the back it's in on that front. Right, me switch that camera out. Leave that away. Voltage is definitely it's definitely getting into there. He cleaned the lens a bit because it's got blots and spit everywhere. Obviously it don't help. Right, we're loading the thermal. I'm going to see if we've got anything coming. Then I can probe this. Turn it off a minute. Let me grab the thermal chip and then I can sort of point towards over. It looks like that chip's got red hot. I'm pointing towards that chip, guys. I don't know if you guys can actually see it. Right. There's one thing that's glowing on this board and it looks like that bloody chip's glowing. Which is the only thing that's glowing on the board. We can't see. It's the only thing that's getting red hot. And it is. I can feel it. It's the chip. The chip's getting hot. I can actually see it. I can feel it. A slight warmth from my hand. It's the only thing that's actually getting hot on that board. He has to keep calibrating. I can't stop it for some reason. We got a component. It ain't up here. Right, we've got a slight warm component up this end. Looks like it's pointing towards up on this resistor. Right, there's a slight heat resistance on that but that chip 100% is glowing. Nothing else is glowing. The only thing that's actually glowing is that resistor that I'm pointing to, which I'm touching. That's got a slight yellow, and this chip is glowing. Yeah, it's glowing white. It's literally glowing white. Sandwich. I've got to do that command. So it looks like it's pointing towards again. Towards the chip and the resistor. But what's the chance that chip gone? I'm saying looking at this is very high. What is the actual temperature? Yeah, I need to point towards obviously. I wish that stopped keep calibrating. That's bloody annoying. Right, measure. I don't know how to use this bloody thermal cam. So palettes, images, parameters, temperature range. Here we go. No. It just says measure. Point. Calibrating. 37. Oh, there you go. 30. It looks like it's registering at 32, 33. Do you have a micro lens? No, not in this one. This one don't have it. 37. It's spiking up to 40. Yeah, it's going up to 40, 43. The chip's getting even hotter now, which is not great. Yeah, it's spiking up to 40 Celsius. Yeah, that's not too hot then, but it's obviously hot enough. That's the only thing that's glowing on this board. It's the only thing that's glowing is that microchip and that resistor. Not resistor. It is the resistor. The resistor on the bottom of that corner is obviously ever so slightly warm. It's the only thing. It's the only two things that's actually glowing. I don't know to actually change it by buying another PCB. Nothing else on that board is glowing. It's just them two. I'm going to put a little bit of freeze on this and just double check it, right? This is why I bought this stuff. It's called electronic freeze. So you give it a good old shake. White switched on. And you basically just put it on. Let it freeze up. And then you'll see instantly if it's actually thawing out. And that chip is thawing out. It's going straight for that chip. Alright, let me put it under the thermal gun so you guys can see it. It'll be a lot easier. It's the chip. The chip's cooked. I freaking knew it. That chip was cooked. Watch this and you'll see what I mean. Alright. I'll put some freeze on. Give it a little bit of a shake. Alright. Watch that chip. Freezes up. Watch how quickly that chip starts to thaw out. Look. This is why I like the freeze stuff, because the freeze stuff is obviously, it does the job. Once it starts getting, it freezes all the rest of the components around, and you'll see how quick this goes off. Yeah, the cost of that IC is the postage. You can post a new PCB, yeah, 100%. That chip, it's the chip. The chip's cooked. So it's what it's done, right? It's actually, it's not only that 8 volts that they shoved in, right? They've damaged the chip and they took out the other IC chip. And it's funny, isn't it? So they broke both chips in that front. Yeah, interesting knowledge to change a chip if it's not too expensive. It's true, Mr. Pico said no. Yeah, so you actually get to dip that for some chips and she's cooked. I'm afraid so, Michael. Looks like it, my friend. So the problem is lying with that 100%. It looks like it's not a great scene where it's cooked the chip. The chip's gone. That's why you can't. That is why, and it sort of makes sense because you're not getting no audio coming through it. It's blocking it. That's why the bypass works. And obviously that 8 volts. Obviously it's not only injected through to this, cooked that chip. It's took out the other IC as well. Took out 2. The chat's gone bonkers. Yeah, Dave. In the interest of that, on that front, Bronson wants a sarnie. Yes, he does. He's sarnie. Let's give Dick. Let's give him a bleeding. Let's give him a thing on it. For God's sake. You know, actually, he's gone to sleep for a minute. Oh, fuck me! Look, he must have heard you guys. He literally must have heard you. I've only got to mention the word sarnie, and Bronson wants a sandwich. All right, I'll get you a bloody sandwich then. I'll get it, Bronson. Wait, calm down. Give me 1 minute. Let's give him a sandwich. Do you know what? You guys must know this dog by now. What Bronson's like. He always wants sarnie. Yeah, it's the Bluetooth chip. Fucking Bronson, he always wants grub. I mean, the day that goes past. Well, at least you've got to love Bronson. Yeah, when it glues you up. Wait, Bronson, wait. Can't have that. What's she done me today? I don't even know what she's done me today. I'm not going to have. Wait, Bronson. Right, let's just cut him a bit of bloody sandwich up. Fuck me, he's at that. That's gone. God, I don't get Sam. I might as well just feed him to the dog. He's like a sea lion. He's like, one gulp, it's gone. He don't chew it, he just swallows it. Is that bloody Bronson? I really like the pickles. He just snaps it up. Michael, I hope you know, when you come over, sir, all I'm saying is, don't put on your good clothes, not with Bronson. You'll get a lot of glue all over you. Bronson's one for gluing. That's all I'm saying. These big mastiffs, they are very... Do you know, he puts me in mind of? We had a ball game in the 1980s, and I don't know if you guys remember it. They used to be called the Hungry Hippo, right? It used to be a board game where you used to press the lever to gobble all of these little round marbles. I don't need one. I've got him. I've got this big grouper. We haven't met any mastiffs yet, but looking forward to it. Yeah, as I said, yeah, I had an husky and his shepherd dogs before. Like I said, I've always had big dogs. Comparing, I wasn't even going to get him. But they just knocked on my door and said, take him. We don't want him. Bronson's like a sea lion. You just, once you give it, yeah, me and the Alsatians, yeah. I don't mind the shepherds. The shepherd dogs are lovely. Again, need a lot of grooming though. They do need a lot of grooming. Right, I'll save the other one, Bronson, because I know you'll wolf that down. You'll have nothing for later on. Right? There's a bit of soup out there. You can have a bit of that later. Right. Well, that's Mr. Bronson's done. But I do like that. I do like that one that Mr. Pico done. I think that is fantastic. That did make me laugh. Yeah. Dogs obviously, like you've got anywhere. It's just deep inside the fabrics of your own. Yes. Oh well, I'll say one thing. Again, come up trumps. But again, it looks like we've got the exact same problem. It's just like on the original, a blown IC on that front, which is not great. And I can't do nothing with a blown IC. The trouble is, the last of the ICs cost me £3 something. All right, it fixed the board, which it did fix. It did fix the board to a certain degree without the bypass. But obviously, for the price of that IC, I've got to get the correct IC to fix that. And that will fix it, 100%. It probably will fix it. There's a possibility, but it's true what Mr. Pico said. The time you buy that with the postage, you know, can you get the, you know, obviously, can I get a chip for that on that front? But it looks like that chip's gone. It looks like it's pointing more towards that chip. As I said to you, it's not getting all the correct voltages. They just seem a bit low. And now, obviously, seeing it under the thermal cam, it literally is convinced that definitely the IC chip is gone bye-bye. So the 8 volts has cooked it. Look, this is a prime example what I was saying about you, Michael, earlier on. Look at the dribble. Look at the glue that Bronson's just dribbled all over that just by having a sandwich. That's a prime example. Bronson always wants sandwiches. Always. Always wants the sandwich. I've got to wipe the chop now. Come here. It don't wipe the chop. No, I've got to wipe the chop. Get here, you goofy git. I'm no Bronson. I'm not giving it no more sarnies now. And that's it. I'll save that one for later. You can have that one later. Oh yeah, I know he does. He now he'll now badger me to see if I like. You know, he's still wassailing me. Badger. What do you want? You want to go down for a wee? No, you don't. No, see, you're just badgering me. See, as soon as I mention that word, he won't go down. He's a git. He's a git. He won't go down. Every time I tell him to go down, he won't go down on it. Right. These actually come in quite useful. These are ones they use for Mr. Swindon had these, and they're quite heavy for the Nintendo boards. But obviously, for small boards like that, fantastic. Oh well, we solved the problem. Obviously, after all of that probing around, it ended up being the IC chips gone. It's the only thing that's getting damn hot. So, which is a shame because, like you said, I won't be able to fix it. God damn it. So, what's the chances are trying to find and get the correct IC chip for that or a similar replacement? And how much is it going to cost? Again, from AliExpress, I'll have to wait. That's bloody annoying, that is. But yeah, it's all. Yeah, then it's okay. Okay, then gotta go. Yeah, thanks, Dave, for popping on. No worries, my friend. Thanks for popping on. Mick, what else have you got on your agenda? I have, sir, Pico. Pico has sent a video. Give me one moment. I'll have a quick look at that amplifier, and then after that, I'll have. I think that's about it because I haven't got. I'm still waiting for the resistors and the diodes. He sent him second class. I really wish they wouldn't send him second class because they're a nightmare. That front. Mr. Pico. Right, hold up.
Smoke time.
Smoke time. So we've got a smoke time one on here. What? Yeah, so yeah, there ain't gonna be. I've got to put that amplifier back together. I forgot to put the heatsink onto it. So I can't go any further with this, which is a shame because, like you said, that IC looks like it's gone bye-bye. And that front, it's not getting the. They're all in millivolts. There's a lot of 3.2s, but obviously one was 4.4. I think that was supposed to be 5 volt going into the chip. Front. So the other aspect is. What other route do I go down on this board? Because I can't go anywhere else on this. Up front. Yeah, like that looks like that chip is literally is cooked. And I've got a lot of lorries out here because they're ripping up all the road to do water pipes. God, they're absolutely causing headaches. That front. It's a shame about that chip glowing. Again, with that, you can get away with it, but again, thermal cam comes up trumps again. Like, this is why I think the thermal cam is really important to have. Right, hold up, I'm all tangled up here. That's why I hate the wires. One of my biggest pet hates. And that was all for the sake of them shoving the wrong power plug straight in 8 volts. And it killed it. Literally killed the chip. It looks like it's now killed 2 chips. Literally. Which is really frustrating because, like you said, you can't do nothing once they're gone. So I need that chip. So I've got to have a look at that chip. See if I can get one for it. Now this is another one from Mr. Carfor, the lovely Mr. Carfor, has obviously repaired my amplifier. But what I didn't have time yesterday because obviously it was quite late in the UK. I need to put the heatsink and set this heatsink back up. That's one thing I did not do. Bloody speaker weighs a ton. I couldn't send that to him in Sweden. Jesus. Test. Clearly, you can imagine if I sent this to Sweden, right? The other one cost me a small fortune to send it because they got a thing called a chemical tax in Sweden, which I've never heard of, but it's their way of more fees. And I had it professionally weighed up, even though I've got a set of scales. Same thing again. Yeah, he's changed the handle. So obviously you've got the big 4-inch sub on that front, and these are really big speakers. But I did test this. I've got the correct amplifier to actually power this up, and fuck, it shook the floor. Right, I'm not joking. It literally, what we got here. This is the one that Mr. Carfor repaired for me, and I'll show you guys. I tested this. I forgot to put the heatsink back onto it. Yeah, this is the Andy Street. Yes, and obviously this adds blown MOSFET. It blew the MOSFET out, took the MOSFET, but unfortunately, it also took other components out as well, and I couldn't do it. So I sent this to Mr. Carfor, and he done his magic, and you'll see in a minute of what I mean. I've got to put the heatsink back on this because this will overheat and burn out again up front. So what I need to do is, but I'll show you guys what he's done. If I moved to the UK, I would actually hire Andy to regulate and keep up my equipment. So the heatsink's got to go back, which I didn't do yesterday. I did not have the time, but I'll show you guys what Mr. Carfor has done to this system. I've done a little bit. We had a couple of trace torn pads, which I put some resin on there. I grinded it out, which goes to this. Right, and you've got to be careful because I've got this actually heat sinks around. Now, Mr. Carfor, the problem was lied that Andy had the exact same problem. You lol. He's thinking, right. So obviously, Mr. Swindon's had one of these come in, and it had the exact same issue, no power. I replaced this, and it made no difference. It literally could have been other product, but we found that it had when the MOSFET blew, it took some of the trace damage and it burnt through. It literally burnt through. So you can see what Mr. Carfor has done, and if I put it under the scope, you guys can see it a little bit better. Right, so let me show you. I'll put the camera, put the thing on. Just turn it down ever so slightly. Right, and I'll move it up, and you can see the damage that this is started to have. Right, got to be careful with it because it's got glue, so you can see the damage that some of this has got. So it's been damaged quite a bit on that front. Let me turn it up a bit. So traces have completely been destroyed on this. That was all caused by MOSFET issues, right? Where the board got incredibly hot and it shortened out. So he had to put this special glue, it's like a resin that he's put over this. It's really gone hard, you can feel it. He had to wait for a couple of days for this to go. But you can see the work involved. He had to put a bridging pin. So he's put a bridging pin to go over because the traces have all gone. It took 2 MOSFETs out, which I replaced, but obviously it didn't make no difference. You move it up, you can actually see there was more trace damage, which is all up here. And you guys can get to see it. So you can see what he was up against, where it's obviously... Is that hot glue? Chris, you should have a new command there, my friend. If you type in wolf, you've got your command working. So your command is wolf. So yeah, obviously Mr. Carfor has done his magic on there. There you go. So he's got his wolf command going. So you have got your own command on there, sir. So yeah, I love that command. Yeah. So yeah, obviously this has been. It looks like it's been squashed and sandwiched.
Oh no!
Oh no! No, the money me. It's the money me. Give me money. Give me money. So obviously, if you look over here, right, you can see that pads have started to be ripped off. Can you see what I mean? Look, it's completely ripped. This has been right butchered.
Give me money.
Money.
Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
So yeah, Mr. Pico, sir, with the bin 2, I've took that command off. Right, it's now called Pico, Pitco. So if you do that in Pitco, it now should bring up your bin on that front. So you've got your own command on that front. I'm trying to give you guys your own command, so that way you've got your own thing going. So it makes it a little bit easier. There you go, and it doesn't clash with that. Yeah, Warzone. So yeah, obviously you can see what Mr. Carfor has done. He's obviously done quite well there to bridge that and get this back up and running. But obviously I've got to put the heatsink back on, which I've not done, which it goes at the back. And if you have a look, there's a heatsink and it goes right down the bloody back of where this is. If I move it up, you might be able to see if I can get the voltage 0.0. Yeah, so it's got to go at the back here. Can you see the issue? So it's got there's a heatsink that goes, it connects to the back. So one of them MOSFETs. Yeah, this is that amp. Yeah. So that's what I've not put back. So, but it's been well and truly butchered. It's got. It looks like it's been through a battle zone, like Chris said. So, but obviously that damage took quite a bit. It's gone right the way through. So I have to be really careful here because I don't want to rip any more traces off this front. I think there was something else that's gone on there and it ripped the trace off, but it is what it is. He's done his magic. He's got his back up and running. But I've got to put that heatsink back on because it looks like it's... but I've got to take all this off and I've got to be really careful not to damage this. So first thing I need to do is I've got to see where the wires are connected. And then I don't want to rip this board off, connecting to this board. So I think what I'm going to do first, I'm going to cut that cable tie off. But I'll tell you what, he done well, actually trying to glue all that back on. He really did. Because this was the part of the power supply that obviously covered all the wires up. I've got the clamp, this is part of that clamping thing. It weren't a lot. I mean, it probably ain't going to make much difference, but it's best to pull it back. So, and we found the problem of the other chip. It is the other chip, sir. You know, when we was watching last night, because I don't know if you've been lurking in the background, but the USB side, right? Yeah, I was watching. So obviously, it's took this IC chip out as well. So there was only two things getting obviously warm on that thermal cam. That was glowing about 40 Celsius, and that obviously ohms resistor obviously was just getting ever so slightly warm, but it was mainly pointing towards that IC. So it looks like that's probably why you're not getting audio going through. It's not being bypassed that front. So it looks like the chip's gone on that front, which is such a shame. So I've got to cut this off. So I wanted to test it, but there you go. It is what it is. It can't be helped. That 8 volts obviously done a lot of damage. So it's not just took out one IC. It looks like it's took out both. Go. Oh, he sent another video. Hold up, guys. No, I've been like, yeah, I knew you. I thought you would be. You'd be in the background. Copyright warning. Actually, I like that.
Copyright. Copyright.
A few more commands to add in, so fuck me up. I'll end up like Ace with all these commands that I'm putting in. But I'm trying to give you guys like more entertainment. So when you come in, you've got your own command. I want to find one for Mr. Worms. I might ask the wonderful Mr. Pico if he can find me one for Mr. Worms, because I was trying to get one for Worms when he comes in. So I've got to undo these screws. I want to be really careful because I don't want to break anything to do with breaking that board. All I want to do is just put the heatsink back onto that. It's a clamp with obviously the chip which I've got on there, and it needs. Is he put fresh thermal on that? I can't see. Obviously, because I don't want to bend these wires around. Where is my? Actually, he's saying about that. Where is it? Oh, wait, it's up here. I was going to say, where's my torch? So I can't see if he's put fresh thermal. He has put fresh thermal. Alright, ain't great. It's sort of dried up a bit. I'll plonk a bit more on that front, but I've got the clamp. The clamp is here because it's got the same stuff. So I need to put this clamp over. And what it does, it just pushes against that and just makes it a little bit. Yeah, it does. So it goes over that IC chip. So I just need to put a little bit of thermal paste on that IC chip. Where's my paste? Where's my paste? Me paste. Covered. Yes, of course it's covered. Don't be daft. It's like 90% of the times everything's covered. Yeah, so I'm still waiting for. I'll tell you what I'm still waiting for. I'm waiting for the diodes and the resistors for the Xbox 360s before I do anything. What's that thermocouple you use? That, my friend, is, I'll tell you what it is. I paid, I think it was about £70 or £80, and it comes with this. So you get 2 adapters. If you've got an iPhone, you can plug it into an iPhone on that front, which I haven't got an iPhone or an iPad on that front. So that's the adapter, right? USB Type C to a Lightning connector. Or you can actually pick, I picked the one where it says Android and they give you the Lightning connector for an iPhone. I picked for Android, which is Lightning USB Type C connector. And then it automatically took me straight to the store to download the software. So when I plug it in, which I'll show you, when you plug it in, it just takes you straight to it. So I'll open the thing up. So obviously on this front, so you can have the camera facing up. So when you plug it in, it opens up the application automatically, and it just took me straight to it. So obviously you can see the thermal cam, and then you've got measurements. You can obviously go in small mode or kind of big mode on that front. You've got palette loads, so you now can change all the color palette. So if you're not happy with the color, you can have it, put it in yellow. You can have it in multicolored. So you can have it in multicolored. It is black and white, which is on that front. You can have it in that sort of cyan color. There's loads actually on there, dark ones, green, or you can use a custom, or you can have white hot. So you can actually have a look. You can actually have black and hot on that front. But whatever colour you find easier. But like you said, I think I just left it on that sort of, I forgot what colour mode I left it on. But like you said, you can have it in image. So you've got the contrast, colour contributions on that front. So you can pick it if you want it into like a histogram or linear. And then you've got temperature range, right? So on the parameter side, you've got a temperature alarm. You can set it, whatever one you want. And what else is in this? I can put a link in the description if you're interested. Temperature unit. You can have it in Fahrenheit, Kelvin, or Celsius. It's loads of things that this does. It's actually quite good. Or you can actually record it. So, which I took a screenshot of one of the images on a keyboard, and then you can point it and you can measure it that way, and it gives you time and date and whatever that is. But yeah, it's actually quite cool. Mr. Pico actually bought one as well, and the good thing is you can use this on a PC, which I've not used yet, which I've not had time to actually put there. You can download the software from the Windows Store. But yeah, they're actually good little thermal cams. It does the job, and it doesn't cost the price of nearly £300 of them other ones, them expensive cameras. But it does it. It's got me out of trouble. Again, the only other way you can get out of it, if you ever want to find a short on a board, is this stuff. But the trouble is with this, there's not much of this going about anymore. Not many people are selling it. This come off Amazon, or it's £20 a time. And obviously you only get 360ml, which is not a lot. And it does state that this stuff becomes flammable. So you don't really want to do this on a hot board. If it's obviously contains, it says it's non-flammable, but I don't know. I'll be a bit cautious on that front. But like you said, ultra low impedance. But this freezes the board. So that's another way of detecting, like I just tried on there. But it's a little bit expensive to try that. With a thermal cam, you don't need that. But you did see the chip was getting hot even with that. So both of them methods work if you want to detect an issue. But the thermal cam is a much more stable way, whatever route you go down. Right, so I need to put some... I think, yeah, I didn't pay a lot. Did I actually? Can you drop me a link? Oh, I can. Give me 1 minute, sir. I will do that for you right now, for my friend. I can't even remember. Did I purchase that on eBay? Because I actually purchases. I've ordered so much of components. obviously it might actually still be on there. It's mainly all capacitors, resistors. Oh, there you go. It is. There you go, my friend. I paid a grand total. I paid a grand total of £74.47 for it, which is, you guys can actually see it here, and including £2.97 postage fee up front. So give me 1 minute and I can upload a link. They are very good. I've not had any issues. Not had any issues at all. There you go. They've gone up a little bit in price. They've gone up to £91.95. You see if I can get that a little bit cheaper for you to bring the grand total down. That's including free postage. Yeah, no worries. This is what I said. That's why I love helping the community. Obviously, look, some of them gone up 108. Obviously, these are good cameras. We've not had any problems. Mr. Pico did put that. Yeah, I've got one now of... That one is 85. Is that new or second hand? No, that's new. Yeah, found it even cheaper. And up front. Let me have a look. 192 to 512. So let's see if I can find. Oh, that's out of stock. Right, typical. It's bloody out of stock. Right. We've got another one. 88. I think that's it. There you go. 192 to 192. No, that one's out of stock. Great, lovely. Bloody hell. Where was that other one? Bloody hell, these cameras must be popular because they're all selling out. I didn't realise they was actually quite popular cameras, thermal cams. Right. Obviously, that one on there. They got 3 available. Let's have a quick look. Description. Yeah, obviously, it says on there you can download it from the Google Store or the Apple Store. Yeah, you do get this one comes with the adapter as well. So it's okay. They have one on eBay for oh, there you go, my friend. There you go. £88. There you go. That was 192 to 192. That's obviously like the thing on it. There you go. I was just checked all the others were out of stock. No, that's okay. I'm glad you. Obviously, they're good. They're good thermal cams. I've not had any issues on that front. And there's no monthly subscription. Nothing. It's just plug and play. On that front, you just see me all operating. That's the tin it'll come in, and it come in like a pouch on that front. But that's what you'll get. You'll get that as soon as you order one on that front. It's the 192. See, I've got the 192 IR. That's the same one. So yeah, it's actually a good. That's a good deal. Absolutely fantastic deal. They're good to have. I think if you've not got a thermal cam, it keeps the cost down on that front. And you know, obviously, you do need these things when you're trying to do repairs. That's the third time I've used that thermal. I've used that thermal cam, and third time it's come up trumps where it showed me where the hot spots is. Obviously, I've got a. What is it? I've got something else down here in bits at the minute. Yeah, this is it. I've got it in here, and it showed up again. It showed up there was a problem with this. I've got this in bits at the minute, which I've ordered. I still haven't got time to order it. I still ain't got round to actually fixing it. It's come up with 2 problems on this. This is one of the little Coleco machines that with the handheld thing, and it was like a therm. Obviously, this is like for voltage and a resistor. The resistor's gone bad on that front. It's not seeing, it's the resistors, it's actually saying it's damaged, and that is coming up as a resistor, which is clearly not. It's like a voltage regulator on that front. So it's to deal with voltages, which goes on the front here. So this one's gone, they've both gone bad. But again, as soon as I put the thermal cam, it glowed up. These were the two. Mick, Pete, are you sending me, Mick, Peak, are you sending me a new one? Why? What, the Peak ones? God, have you seen the price of them, sir? Actually, you could have kittens at the price of what they're asking. They are very expensive. Them ones that you've got are very, very expensive. Them thermal cams. When I see the price of like £200 to £300, and you think, yeah, obviously we can't go down that road. Pico, Pico's Worms is CMD command. All right, come on, guys. I'll show you guys before I thing on it. So we haven't got a Worms command, and he's done me a Worms command there. Lovely for Worms. Thank you, Mr. Worms, as always, sir. Legend. So I've got a few more new commands. No, they're actually going to send me a new one. Are they? Are they sending you a new one, Mr. Swindon? Wow. Oh, that's nice. Why, is your one broken then? You haven't broke it, have you? That's actually a good cam. It's tiny, though. It's absolutely tiny. Peak is sending me a new... Yeah, that's it. The Peak ones. I can't believe they're sending you a new one there. Now I've got to put this... This is the thermal paste that Mr. PCDD has sent me. Right, well that's on anyway. Yeah, mine is out of spec. Oh, right. What? They ain't even charged up. Wow, that's really nice of them. It's nice of them. So when they say it's out of spec, I suppose it's not like calibrated properly on that front. That's actually nice of them, though. Mind you, they are very expensive. They are very, very expensive. So obviously I need to stick this on, put this on. Cool. This is janky. Right, and then I've got to put it on here. Freaking hell. Hold up a minute, have I done it wrong? Yeah, I have. What a banana. I have put it on wrong. Right, okay. It's got to go over the chip. It's got to go over the chip. That's it. It's got to go over that side. Let me put some on there. I can't get over that. That's actually out of spec. Wow. Let's put some more of that firm. That's really thick. I'll tell you what, that was the one that Mr. PCDD put on here. Give me some furball tube on that front. But it's really thick. It's really thick. Yeah. Even when they're sending out a certificate to show it's been calibrated to their own specs. Wow. That's impressive, sir. Really impressive. I can't believe that. And they don't charge you for that. I suppose that's why they're expensive. You know, it's a prime example. Oh, Mr. Swindon, did you manage... I meant to ask you, sir, because obviously this is what I was saying about earlier on, when you can do better when you're not streaming on that front. Did you actually manage to fix that clock radio? Did you just sort it out? Because obviously you wasn't getting voltage for some reason, which was really a weird scenario on that front. Not yet. You're still doing... Oh, you're still doing the air ducts. Okay, my friend. No worries. I've got to be really careful here, because I don't want to undo all that work Mr. Carfor has done. And putting this fucking clamp back is really not easy, because I've got to try and hold it and put the heatsink back on. That is actually really nice of them, though, to give you that. Saying, don't worry, we'll send you another one out, calibrated. That's probably why they're about £300. Yeah, it's not a cap issue, no. Or it's dry joints. I've actually gone over every component. Wow. Yeah, the ESR meters and the thermal cams. Yeah. No, it's the meter. Yeah, it's actually really nice of them to actually do that. Like you said, they didn't act to. They could have turned around and said, no, that's not down to us. You've purchased it. Like a lot of companies, they wouldn't do that. They just wouldn't. I've actually put I've got to put this. This has got to go back. Right, so I'm going to put this one back now. Yeah, that's actually really nice. Like you said, not many companies actually do that. Obviously, you know, blimey. That's why you pay for what you get. They'll probably take that, you know, they're probably just saying, you know, for the aggravation. I mean, what number is that on? I think that was set too high. Give me 1 minute. Oh, God. That's the only thing with these. No wonder it's on fucking the most highest setting going. Wow. Put it on to. I mean, this thing's got some. It's got some punch to it. No, it's still not going all the way through. Of course not. I'll do this one. That's better. Right, now we can put the, oh, the clamps come back out. Damn it. Well, there's fresh thermal under that now. Proper fresh thermal. So now I can just put this back on. But before I do that, I need to find, is this the correct, I need to find the correct thing, because otherwise if this don't go on properly. I don't think it is. It's not fitting. God damn it. Right, okay. Because obviously, like 90% of the things that I'm trying to find after screws is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. And it's such a shame about with the record player, but at least it is partly working, but not fully. Pretty gutted about that. I'm not giving up. See if I can try and find see if I can find the correct IC chip for it. Oh, look at that! See, that can go all the way through, and that's going through. So I need another one of them. Yeah, when your strips turn up, and then turn back. Mr. PCDD was mentioning on his stream this morning about the episode I had last night. I know you guys I'm really grateful for all the help I get, but obviously it must lead to frustrations where you're trying to when you're trying to tell someone on text and you're concentrating what you're doing, you've got to stop and engage. And that's the most hardest part, because you're trying to do a 2-in-1. So you're following what people are trying to say to you, check, which is understandable because obviously you're doing it wrong on that front. And I know it leads to frustration because you feel that you're being ignored, and it's not. It's just that there's no other way of engaging without stopping what you're doing and looking at the text and thinking, no, you need to test this. And when you've got more in your stream, you know, Joey said this he said this on a few streams back. He said exactly the same thing as what I said at the end of the day. Well, very similar. It's very, very similar in similar wording. On that front, it's difficult. It's because, like you said, you're concentrating and you're engaging at the same time, and it breaks that lack of that concentration level on that front. And I think that's what people does. It obviously feels like you're not engaging, you're not being engaged enough, so you're looking for other ways of engagement. And last night, I think some people were getting frustrated, thinking I was ignoring them. Trust me, I wasn't. I was really, like I said, the community's great. I'm really grateful for you guys, because obviously I wouldn't have known about that being bypassed on that front. I wouldn't have even thought about it. You could actually bypass it, even though replacing that. I've never done that type of work before by micro soldering. That's my first attempt. And I didn't even bugger it up, which I'm really proud of, because that's one of the most hardest jobs to actually try and do, is nano soldering. It is minuscule. That component got knocked off. I'm thinking this is why I work on things like this, like a white or an orange or something, so I can get to see it. But God, that wasn't easy. That really wasn't easy, even for a component that small. And Mr. Even PCDD said on his stream, he said, Chill done very well last night. He said he said, hat off to him. He said, comparing, it's not an easy task to do. And it's obviously not. It's not an easy task. I can see why. I can see Worms' side and some of the others that don't want to be broadcasting live because of exactly what actually happened last night on my stream. People were getting frustrated, thinking that they was being ignored, and in fact, I wasn't. So some people, I mean, like you said, you can actually work better by working off stream, because obviously, if you fuck up, no one's watching you at the end of the day. But then my argument is, you're learning as you're going along, but it could be the incorrect way of learning. Obviously, doing it on more of an engagement. All right, you've got that side to contend with, but it also teaches you the right way, and that's what I want to learn, is the right way. Because you guys have obviously got much more years of knowledge, far more years of knowledge of what I know, and that proved it last night with the components. I've got to put this has got to go one way. So what I've got to do is put this up on something. God, this is... Got to keep this straight. Put that over. Put the screw in. And then thread it in. And then guide it at the same time. Jesus. Yeah, this is obviously, this is why the heat sinks are a nightmare to try and get back on. So I've got to hold this up, hold that in, thread that, right, one side's in, right, I think I've got most of that there. Yeah, that's not easy. And then I can guide the other side. I've got one side in. Now I've got to guide the other side in. It's nearly there. I can see it. It's just ever so slightly out. Ever so slightly. And it's just getting that bloody heatsink back. It is. That's guided in now. So what I need to do is tighten this one up. Oh great, now it's moved it. God damn it. Is it back? Nearly. It's out ever so slightly. Let's move that over. Nearly there. It's nearly there. There you go. She's lined up. Right, so that screw's going to be too long because that's going to pierce right through the other components, which I do not want to hit, to be totally honest. I'll double check it. I can actually pull it in, see how far this goes up. So the size of that screw. I don't want it interfering with anything else. We could be fine. No, sitting against that it's sitting against that other ice. It's the voltage reg. There's a voltage regulator and a MOSFET right behind it. It's interfering with it. Right, I thought it would be. That means, yeah, I'll check it. So that screw, one side of the screw, because I can't find the screws. This one side is absolutely fine. It's not going to interfere with anything. A little bit long. I would have liked that. I only want them half the size. It'd be fine. I've got one side of the heatsink back. Then I can permanently put this back and then I ain't got no issues. So I need to stick with... is that the same size as that? Slightly a little bit thicker thread. Damn it. Right, okay, switch some of this out because obviously I can't see in this pot. God damn it. It's the only thing with having all these screws. There's screws everywhere. So I've got a command there for Mr. Worms. I'll be glad when they do all the work out there. It's causing havoc out there. People are moaning because they can't park anywhere. They're not bothered. The water board obviously are not bothered on that front. Oh, I know. That looks like a pop off an Atari. Okay, we'll put that back in here. I didn't see that. Now I've dropped it on the floor. Right, lovely. Now I can't bloody find it. Now it's gone behind the keyboard. There it is. That's an IC chip for a BBC Micro. But bung it in there. Always handy. Well, if there ain't none in this pot, I'll have to check my computer pot. Because obviously that component is far too long of that screw, and what it's doing, it's actually hitting against the it's hitting against the MOSFET and the voltage regulator, which I don't really want to wipe out. That one's too big. That's a shame. Never mind. Never mind. Put it pop back in there. We'll have a look. Where is my pot of screws? My pot of screws. There you go. It was hiding behind a cushion. All this just to put back a heatsink. Right. Now I've got to find a small... God. I wish I'd have just kept all... This is the trouble when you leave things and they take so long. And you come back and you're trying to look for the parts. They're now in another dimension. Literally. They've gone off. I think, no, not today. Thank you very much. Now I can't, obviously I can't find them. No, they're obviously, they are somewhere. Wonder would they be with the other lot of screws in there? Because I've got another lot of screws in here. I'll check that bag in a minute. Mind you, when that sub kicks off, Jesus, does it go. It's got some right thump to it. I think when Mr. Carfor plugged that in, he did show me a working video and it didn't sound all that. And I went, no, because you haven't got the correct amplifier. The correct amplifier, I've got it over there. It come with the system. Fuck me, shook the floor. I plugged it in. I went, I'll just give it a quick fire up. And it literally, it was that loud. It popped out the screw from the board. It just popped it out. I mean, that goes to show how much force they've got. It's actually quite an impressive little sub. Power it properly on low amp. God almighty. It's just like, yeah. It just kicked. Absolutely just dropped that. No, we ain't got none in there. No, that's frustrating. Right, okay, no worries. Because they're mainly all PC screws and things like that, I thought. Which did, you know, I don't want to dirty that because obviously it's in very good condition. Right, let me check all of these screws. Wow, I've got bloody screws everywhere. Really? I might be able to find one. Only one small one in there. Just to hold that in. Just to hold it in. I have misplaced them. Yeah, cut them. I might have to do that, my friend. I might have to cut because that one fits perfect. It's just too long. It's hitting against the MOSFET. Because I still can't even find the other screws, but we've got a lot of black screws in here, so I might be able to pinch some of these. It's a special narrow thread for it to sit on, and it's a fine thread, not a coarse thread on that front. No. So I haven't got a Scooby where they are at all. So I'm going to have to go down the route of what you recommend is cut the thread. Now the trouble is I can only go so far. So I'm gonna have to mark this. Where's a felt tip? I'll have to cut it. I've got no option. This is the only one that actually fits. So what I want to do is I'll cut this poke it out, and then all I want to do is I'll eyeball it, and then I can cut it about halfway. That'll do exactly where it is. That'd be perfect. There you go. About 3 mil. Yeah. That's about the size. I've marked it up to where I want to cut it. Right, now, there is ways of cutting these. Is that, where is my toolbox? I've got I did have a splicer, and you can just cut them, even with a pair of pinchers. Yeah, like this, right? Like these ones here. You can cut them with something like that. Yeah, Dremel. Yeah, something like that. Shouldn't have to. I think if I just put this on the splicer and cover this up. Oh, don't lose it. It's the only one I've got. So what I want to do is just put that on there. And I'll clamp this down. And I'll wrap this up in a cloth so I don't lose it. It don't ping halfway across the room and then lose it. Right. This way, it doesn't ping and it ain't ponging. Like that. That's it. There you go. Job done. Lovely jubbly. And then it don't ping halfway across the room. This is why I like anything like this. These are a cheap pair I've got off eBay, but cut through that. Lovely. Splice that. Really nice. The only downside is, will it thread? Oh, that's a different matter. This is where actually there you go. Job done. Lovely jubbly. Sound as a pound. And that cleared that lovely. That was spot on. Even just eyeballed it. So all I managed to take off, would do if I don't keep dropping anything on the floor, it don't roll off my hand. So all I took off was about that much. And that was more than enough. Job done. Now, the heat sink's back on. I can now tighten everything back up. Just nip that with the hand. I don't like over tighten them. Just a quick little nip like that. That's it. Or not. Hee. Yeah, I've cut them before, and yeah. So I don't think it would actually show you inside, but let's see if I can actually try and show you. The long one on there, you can see where I didn't cut it. So I've just left this, I've just left that being long, that front. But the other one, I had to cut it because obviously you can see there's a MOSFET, and the other one is like a voltage regulator. It's further down, and it was hitting against it, and you can't move them because obviously the component. So that's not touching anything against them components. It's just missed the capacitor. It's nothing to cut. I could cut it, but it's obviously it's not hurting. Fresh thermal paste, which I've put down on there. So now that heat sink of that chip is now grounded directly to the base of this, which obviously that's what he said. You want to put the heat sink back because you're running into a problem if you don't. And up front. So now obviously I've got that properly clamped down. So really that's all it needed to be done. Because obviously Car4 has actually done a wonderful job of putting this back. So now what I want to do is now I can cover all this up with that part of that heat shrink, which I don't think it probably won't need it, but I wanted to put it all back the way I found it. Right guys, I've got to shoot. I've got to call out. I'll catch you all up. Mr. Pico, sir, thank you so much for popping on. As always, I'll catch you later, my friend. Very busy man. He's got his own business to run. A bit like Mr. PCDD. He's a very busy man. But when he does pop on, he always likes to say hello to you guys, like we all do. How the bloody hell am I going to actually... I think this went round this side. I think that's how it done it. It did. I forgot when I took this off. I think when I took this off, I think that's how it done it. It protected the board underneath, so it didn't ground out. Yeah, I think that's how I've done it. So I've got to try and get that in. Fishing frustrations. I'm at engineering done there for now. Just move my sandwich box over there because I know what'll happen. Someone, I won't mention his name, he'll wake up and he'll expect to eat other half. Right, there you go. Lovely. So yeah, we've got that on there. That's all put back. I've got that all hammered up, so that takes protection underneath. Nice. Up front. Just protects that big piece underneath there. And it just protects it underneath on that front. How's that? I can't even bloody see that. Is that folded up? Yeah, it is. Okay. I don't know how they bloody managed to shrink that on. But they've done a great job. Right, so I'm going to put one cable tie on it. Where's my cable ties? Let's see. One small cable tie. Hi, Fuzzy. Yeah, Fuzzy. How you doing, my friend? I think you was on. Was you actually on Mr. PCDD's channel? I did see you on there, my friend, on there. Obviously, Mr. PCDD makes me laugh. I do like watching his channel. Very busy man. Always got something going. Obviously, because he's got business to run. Yeah, I'm not going to put tension on that white wire because it's been glued. And it'd just be easier just to not attach to it, because then I can, it's not going to put, you know, pull on it in any way. Right, so I've got, put that on there, right, which is cool. Now this can actually go back and screw this back in. Now the heat sink's all on. It's got all fresh thermal underneath, so they do get a bit hot when they're on. No, I've been on the, I'm here on Wi-Fi. You all day. All right. Okay. These guys are chatting. Yeah, Mr. Swindon's obviously lurking in the background because he's got jobs to do. It's actually good of him to actually give him a new calibration with. Right, I don't need to put the heat sink because it's now all done. One thing I can do is now officially put all this back on the board. Screw it all in. Yep. God, I can see why. When you transfer these things around, these are very heavy. Very, very heavy indeed. But that's now got all the heat sink back on it. So I shouldn't have to take this apart now until something else bloody blows on it. Just don't send it to Sweden. It's not that it's sending it to Sweden, it's just that their chemical tax really hypes it up. It's so expensive. It's worse in Australia, which is mad. I've never known that. Yeah, I was on PCDD live earlier. Thought it turned out, obviously it was constant what I was doing. Yeah, the longest stream I ever watched and I enjoyed, and in participation. Right. Now, right. Well, this is fun because now I've got to run around for screws and bolt all this up. Make sure this is all properly bolted up now. I won't have to take Jesus. That weighs a few pounds. So obviously these big amplifiers. Oh, I've got all bloody thermal paste over it. Hang on, guys. Just wipe all this. How's all that got round the side there? Fucking thermal paste. It's got everywhere. Right. Give me a bit of IPA. That'll do it. It's like paint, isn't it? Trying to get thermal paint off. Good luck in that. That's one thing Mr. Carford couldn't put back because he said, "I can't. You didn't put all the screws in." I was trying to keep the cost down while keeping it as light as possible. Anything above 3 kg to send it to Sweden, don't even consider it, because the price in the UK it went from 45 to 85 pounds, which is ludicrous. Just past 3 kg to go to Sweden, because again with this chemical tax and all the other stuff, it was just far too expensive. Far too expensive. Right, I've got most of that thermal off. It still ain't coming off at the side. Look, still bloody all at the side here. It's like, it's gone like white paint. That's the only thing. That it looks like that white silicone grease. You know, when you touch it, it just goes everywhere. Right, so now this is where I need to find the screws, which I'm not going to find because I can't find them. So what I need to do is go through the screw box and just see which ones fit, and just say good luck trying to fit that. I don't want to put, trouble is I want to try and keep them all the same. Yeah, that's going to be easier said than done. Because obviously that's not the case. I think that looks like one of them. Let me put one. Where's my screwdriver? Oh, for crying out loud. It was behind. Alright. I need to find... Look, bloody thermal paste even on there. So what I mean with that thermal paste? It literally just gets everywhere. Don't matter what you touch. Right, that's obviously, if I can find, yeah, that'll do. Right, so what I need to do then, right, these are fitting, right, so I need to find that size there. So let me move that out of the way, because obviously I can't move that big box in the way. I need to find this size. How many do I need? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jesus, 10. Oh, you are kidding me. I mean, where are they all gone? God. Yeah, good luck trying to find 10. I'm not going to find 10 in here. I found 1. Yeah, there's not 10 in here. There's no way there's 10 in here. Okay, I've just found 1. All the others are too skinny. Yeah, I've had to start back into business, so it's not busy at all. Right, let me grab my box of other screws. Let's have a quick look back in the thing in there. I can't believe I've got to find 10. God almighty. I was trying to look for something you think, oh, for crying out loud. It has to be that same thickness of thread as well. Right, what's this? Is that another one? No, that's not one. No, that's strips. I can't put that in. No. Can I use them? No, they're too bloody big. God damn it. Yeah, good luck trying to find. I knew I was going to have this headache. I've got no. What's the chances of trying to find where these screws have gone? Obviously, very slim. Well, they're definitely not in there. They're just far too. What the heck was that? Oh, alright, got caught. Let's go back through that other pot. Where is it? God damn it. That's too big. Don't think I could use that side, it's too thin. I could get away with using that, that's 2. It just leaves 8 more. Bloody hell. Yeah. And a few more. There's another one there. Alright, alright. These might actually be the screws for it. Any more? Any more? Tape a magnet into the box next time and put all the screws in here. That way you don't. Yeah, that's not. Do you know what? Fishing frustration. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Obviously, like when you're trying to look for a component, and obviously these all come off boards at some point. God knows where all these went. I thought, why have I got screws left over? Oh, don't mind, bung them in a pot. You're thinking, oh no, yeah, that's not meant for that. How many have I got there? I've got 3 out of the 10. Alright. No, that's not one. Don't think that's because it's too narrow. Yeah, that won't fit. bloody frustrating because obviously I've wondering where the bloody screws have all gone. Can I use that one? Yeah, I can use that one. All right, slightly. Is that thicker? I think there's 4. It's going to have odd bloody screws in this. I just know it's going to have odd screws. Typical. Yeah. Yeah, coin bag, take to the cabinet. That's what I'll do. Obviously, it's the same when you go fishing. Like, you put things all in a tool, like one of those carrier boxes, or in a, you bung everything in your bibby, and then you throw it all in, and you think, right, okay, I need to get all my floats and all of the bits and pieces out, and all your weights, and the next minute you can't fucking find nothing. You think, what? Well, where's that gone? Freaking, yeah. Welcome to the world of losing things. Right, what we got there? We got 3. What's happened to my neighbour? Because I haven't seen him for over a year. I think he's moved into a retirement home, but he's not been down his garden. He lives opposite me, old boy. But people keep coming back taking the mail. But if you want to see the state of his garden, he's never let his garden get into that state. Such a shame. He's always backwards and forwards in hospitals. And he's come, obviously, back out in that front. So what we got there? So we've got 2, 3, 4. 6. Well, there's 10 now, but they're all mixed. They are obviously all mixed, but they all do it. I think that'll have to do it because obviously I've got no more. I've just pulled all that lot out to have a look. As long as it holds in. I ain't got a clue where all them screws. I don't know where they're all gone. Yeah, I don't take bears fishing as I drive fuzzy. Yeah, obviously that's another thing. Like, if you're on medication or something like that, you need to drive back. You can't. Yeah, you can't. Your license means a lot, and the last thing you don't want to do is just thinking, I'll only have one. That's all it takes. I can't. Not with all my medication. I'm on a lot of medication. I can't. I'd love to have a drink. Even having a shandy's pushing it. I'd rather just stay off it. Ace makes me laugh. He literally drinks on the job when he's doing his work. He does love his whiskey and coke. Right, well, there's 10 now. There's 10. But they're all mixed sizes. But I've got 2. I've got 2 more there. I might be able to pinch these ones right there. Only meds I'm on is he's obviously on that. You think, well, that's all right. It's only a couple. As Mr. Swindon always says, it's fine. Don't worry. Guys, I meant to ask you, do some of you guys do live streaming? Or do you just enjoy watching others trying to learn cocking things up like I do? I'm not the only one. I've got to get that thermal paste off. That's fucking everywhere. hate that stuff. No. No, the lives and the chats. Yeah, I think, do you know what? It's a safer way, my friend. It really is. That way, you can't sort of get like bullied or anything like that, you know, and you think, oh God, where's this going? You know, this could all end up going pear shapes. Yeah, I know what you mean. I can respect people with that fun. Right, this is going to have odd screws in. It can't be helped. But I've got 10 to hold this in. Because when this kicks off, oh, look at all that thermal paste. Fuck me, it's all over my hand. I wonder it's over me. Again, why is it on my hand? Touched it, because it's all on here. Let's get some vinegar. I've got to wipe that off. It's absolutely gone everywhere, that stuff. I hate mucking around with that. I've been watching you guys in order to catch up with all of the anticipation and start to catch up again. Thanks, Fuzzy. It does mean a lot. Like I said, it's not just, it's all the content creators. I've got to admit, sometimes I'm not in a mood to stream. I just like to watch. And do you know what? I don't know about you guys, but I tend to find that I like the interaction. So if you've got commands, I find that's actually quite good. Oh, fuck me, that's thermal paste all got round here. This is see. I like the commands when you guys are in and you know and everyone's in there. I find that's more comical. But a lot of people don't like putting commands in. Mr. Swindon's only got a few commands because he don't want to be bombarded with commands on there. Which is 100% right, because you do. But I just like it. Everyone's just having a... If you're on someone's stream, I tend to find them thinking that, you know, popping on, saying hello, watching someone do all their kerfuffles and doing things wrong and all that fun. But I do like the interaction side. I find that's more engaging and it feels like you want to come back. That fun. MK's another one with Mr. MK. Yeah, it gets everywhere. So that's not helping, so I've got fucking odd bolts in here. It does look chance, but it can't be helped. It is what it is. I've got all odd bolts in here. Let's see if I can take that big one out. Yeah, that don't look right. That looks better. One looked a bit too big for my liking. Right, that's 10 odd bolts on that front. We've got all bolts put back on this now, so it's hopefully paint them with a Sharpie. Actually, yes, you give me a good idea there, sir. That'll cover them up. I have got a Sharpie. I've got a pot of Sharpies. I always have a pot of Sharpies. This one is permanent. We can colour them in. Then give that a thought. Well, for 1 split second, very well. That's very well. You read my mind in that one. The screws, as long as they went into the bench, you think, oh no, we'll cover them up. A black Sharpie, and then I don't have to see the silver. Look at that. Look, I'll tell you what a great shout that was. Cover them up with a Sharpie. Cover up. It's like going back. It's like doing. It's like doing dot to dot. As long as that screw went through the bench. Oh, you thinking? Oh no. You thinking? Oh. Good shout, no, sir. Obviously, now I ain't got to see all odd colour screws at the back. And up front, must have read my mind. try black, the black liquid tape. I haven't got none of that. That's one stuff. That's some of the stuff I got. But this Sharpie's worked out really well. Obviously now I don't have to see all odd silver screws in the back. Yeah, it's covered up. It's done its job. So yeah, thank you for that. Actually, on that front, because that has definitely done. That is now covered them all up, and now I ain't got to see gold screws, silver screws. I'm just going to cover the silver ones. Look at that. Now they're all black. Obviously written. Oh well, there you go. Improvisation. No, you'll get it every. Oh god, what was that? Oh, drop me bloody talks on there. No, you'll get it everywhere. Well, look. So on the back now, we don't seem to have odd colour screws, and we can you obviously tell the difference, guys? Because I can't. Obviously, good shout from actually painting the screws with Sharpie, because obviously I've had to put 10 screws back, but now look, they all match. You know, all right, you'll have to look up really close to see them, but at least that was a very good shout. We've got all of this. I'll put all this back now, minus the dog's ears up front. Yeah, it looks good. Thanks, Michael. So we got the 10 screws back. The only thing I need to get off is that thermal paste, which again, I dripped some on here. God, that fucking thermal paste. It's that crap gets everywhere. I want to get it off. It stains. You can't get. You wouldn't think you get thermal paste. Oh, that'll come off. A drop of IPA. You know, I've even used vinegar and it ain't even stripping it. Well, that's about as best as I'm going to get it on that front. The Tannoy speaker is a good speaker. It's actually a nice speaker. Fuck me, but this one kick. Yeah, we got the Sharpie out. Oh God, look at all the spit down the side here. Right, lovely. Most of that's from Bronson. It's like dry glue. Wait till Michael comes over. That way, Michael, you'll get glued up by Bronson. It'll soon come off, sir. Drop of IPA does wonders. That's why I go through cans of it. Brake cleaner works everywhere. Just don't use it on plastic, it melts. Obviously, great tips there from Chris. Yeah, brake cleaner it does get off. No, I use that quite a lot, brake cleaner. But you're 100% right. It reacts. It's designed for what it says. Designed for brakes. How's that put on? How's that get on there? There's even marks underneath. It stinks. Yeah, it does smell. It has got a stink to it. I'll tell you what also has got a smell. Jay's fluid. Oh God, that stuff. Again, it's like, God, you don't want to breathe it in. It's really potent. You want to see some of the chemicals that I've had to use when I used to do pest controlling. God, there's a stuff on there that you can't buy on the shelf. It's illegal. You can only buy it if you're registered as a pest controller, which my license is well expired. That front, and it's called Alpha Pro, and I've got some in the cupboard. It's for cockroaches, and yeah, this reacts to water. You mix it with a mixer, and I'll tell you what, all I say is you've got to wear breathing apparatus, because it won't, you'll have a problem. Oh fuck, I've pulled all the screws off. What you'll do, you'll have a problem breathing, because this stuff reacts. It attacks your lungs and your eyes. It's nasty stuff. Yeah, within seconds, it's that bad. You know that the only one good thing about cockroaches, they can survive very severe heat. You know, on that front. That's why cockroaches are very hard to kill. On that front. If you look at the size of a Madagascan cockroach, they grow up to about that big. The Madagascan ones. The Australian ones are like that as well. On that front. Which are very big. They're big. They're very big, sort of like a creature that you wouldn't think that you think Jesus, why have they got that big? Well, Madagascar is obviously a tropical climate where obviously they thrive in tropical climates. Just want to touch these up, obviously, because I've laid this down and I didn't give this time to bloody. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. If you see, in the UK, I went to Colchester Zoo, and obviously they've got a bit of everything in there with the animals. And in one side of where the bats were, which I went in, they had a creature section where you can go in and handle all the creatures. It doesn't bother me. I'm used to it. I'm used to pest control, so you see all type of creepy crawlies that people wouldn't even handle. They had this Madagascan cockroach, and this thing was big at the end of the day. You shouldn't really handle them because they can contain a chemical that can actually react with your skin, but they're non-venomous. They're just big. They just hiss. That's all they do. They rub their gills at the back, and it makes like a scratching sound. It's a very weird sound that these Madagascans. It's to warn off predators not to say come near me, right? But they do have a chemical on their legs, so they recommend you wear gloves when you handle them. No one else wouldn't touch this cockroach, right? And this woman's holding it with a glove, and it was just sat there in her hand. And she went, "Would you like to hold them?" And I went, "Yeah, I'm not afraid." I said, at the end of the day. And all the others are all screaming, and it was all running up my arm and all running back down. Absolutely fine. You just have to pick them up a certain way, because obviously you don't want to get the chemical when they come off their legs. But everyone else was screaming, and this fucking cockroach is running up my arm and coming back on the front, because they see the size of it. They think, Jesus, what's that being fed? That front. But yeah, that was actually, it made me laugh, because obviously I thought, they don't know I used to do pest control, so cricket crawlies obviously don't bother me on that front. It's the same with spiders, arachnids. Everyone sees the size of a spider, they run. They won't hurt you, trust me, they won't. You know, even a tarantula, they see the size of a tarantula. You know, you ever held a tarantula? It's their legs are very hairy. They've got very minute hairs and that. But yeah, put them on. They just sit there. Tarantulas, they don't do nothing up front. But yeah, people are petrified. I'm not adding. I'm not touching that front. But yeah, so we are. What I want to do is just plug this back in and give this a quick test, because I want to make sure this is working properly. Alright, where's the bloody plug in? Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, I plugged her in. No, she ain't plugged in. I didn't think she was plugged in. Yeah, now we got green light. Green light, red light. Right. Let's just switch this on. Give me 1 minute, guys. I just want to quickly test this speaker to make sure this is all fully working. I can't have this on for long because I'll get copyright strike again. Right, that's working. Absolutely fine. There's nothing on that. That's just that speaker alone. Yeah, that's kicking. Right, okay. Yeah, she works. Jesus, that was only on 10%. I can't kick that up because that'll shake the floor. That amplifier is quite powerful for it. It's a special amplifier to power them up. And what it does, it has two outputs. You need both outputs to kick it up to 500 watts on that front. And once you do, you get your full 500 watt kicking out. And then that's it. The sub just shakes the floor. You feel it. That's one single on that front. And 500 watts is enough, trust me. That was up to 10%. It goes all the way up to 100. As soon as I started giving that 15, 17, 18, you just heard it. It starts really shaking. It really gives it a boost. That's why I can't have that on. That's what I said. I like that speaker because it had a lovely sound to it. The one that when Mr. Carfor was trying to do, it didn't sound great because he didn't have the correct amplifier to give it. And it's got certain sections on the back, and you put it on the low amp, and then it just drops the bass. It literally stops really. It'll pick up. The louder it gets, then the bass gets louder. And yeah, that proved it. Yeah, she's working on that front. So I ain't got to worry about heat sink putting. All right, it's got odd screws, but small price to pay. I don't want to get done for fucking copyright. Really, one of my channels has got done for copyright. Copyright. That was on one of them. That what you heard just on there was the mini disc player. Because again, that's why I like mini discs. Mini discs are fantastic. They've got great sound. I want to try and get a mini disc player, like a little Walkman, but they're so incredibly expensive. They are really, really expensive to buy. that front, and it's just a shame because that's what's like 90% of them are like. Right, let's get rid of the cloth because that's now got all thermal paste all over it. I've got most of that off. Yeah, I've seen the mimic, it's a human rays of roaches in it. Yeah, obviously people see roaches and they run a mile. They won't hurt you, trust me. Right, cool. Well, I can't do no more because obviously the record player, I need that IC chip. That front. Looks like I need another IC chip. That front, which I can't really do a lot because that's the only thing that's glowing. And it sort of makes sense to why I'm not getting no sound coming out of it. That front. But for what that's going to cost me with that IC chip, I'm thinking it's just going to be the point of you're better off just buying a module. Because I think the time I buy that chip and the postage, I could buy the complete module. It doesn't make sense. Which is, like I said, the idea was restoring it back to its former glory. Obviously, and that was all due to the incorrect voltage being put through, and absolutely it killed it. It nailed it. So it looks like it took out more than one chip. Remember, this is obviously going to go off to auction once this is done, and obviously I don't want to go too mad because it's going for charity on that front. So there's really no point to actually go too mad with the expense of obviously trying to spend out if it's going to go to charity up front. As it is, the record player that I've got over there, the one over that side, obviously these are still projects I'm still waiting for. The record player that Mr. Pico donated, so far I've spent out £36 in UK money because it needed belts and a stylus, which, you know, now it's got, but it's still got a further fault because it now won't play because of the mechanism. That's why I've sent it off to Mr. Pico to actually knows, and he's got the schematics, but obviously it's an in-depth thing because the mechanisms with most of them sharps, they're all levers and pulleys, and it's an absolute nightmare. If I took that apart, it would be game over. Let's put it that way. I would not be able to put that back together. It is a very, very complex system. That front, not the easiest to work on that front. So yeah, guys, obviously I've got nothing else to work on, so I'm going to have to leave it here and that gun. But at least we have found the problem of looking why this is not working. It looks like the exact same issue with this chip issue. Looks like the chip's gone, it's cooked. It's not enough voltage in the chip. Obviously not putting voltage around the board. So, which is a shame because obviously I wanted to restore this and get this put back. Yeah, thanks for popping on, guys. That front, sorry it's only been for a few hours, but I can't do no more and I've got no other content. I'm still waiting for parts, so I assume Mr. PCDD will still be streaming and some of the others. I can't do no more. That's it. I'm done now. I've put all the heatsink back on the sub speaker. I'll have that on. So yeah, Andy, fishing frustrations on that front. Chris. Good shout actually to actually find that video. I like it. I really do like that one. So yeah, guys, do thanks for popping on. Fuzzy, if you look like, and all the lurkers in the background as well. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for popping on, and I'll see you guys on the next stream. Laters.